Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Warlord's Origin. In the depths of ancient history, where the mists of time obscure the true faces of legends, there lived a man whose name would echo through both the realms of the living and the dead. Tonight, as we settle into the warmth of our shared moment, let us journey back to an age when empires rose and fell like the tide, and discover the story of one who refused to let death claim dominion over his ambitions. This is the tale of Sa-Nuzal, the Warlord, who would become something far more terrible and magnificent than mortality could contain. Picture, if you will, a time when the world was younger, when the great nations we know today were but scattered tribes clinging to whatever land they could claim and hold. In this primordial landscape, where might truly did make right, there emerged a figure whose very presence seemed to bend the world to his will. Sa-Nuzal was not born to nobility, nor did he inherit vast wealth or mystical powers. What he possessed was something far more dangerous and enduring, an unbreakable will and an insatiable hunger for dominion that no earthly satisfaction could ever fully feed. From his earliest days, those who knew Sa-Nuzal spoke of his unusual intensity, the way his dark eyes seemed to see not just what was, but what could be conquered and claimed. As a youth, he displayed a natural aptitude for warfare that went beyond mere skill with sword and shield. He understood, in a way that seemed almost supernatural, how fear and respect could be wielded as effectively as any blade. When he spoke, others listened. When he commanded, others obeyed. And when he decided that something would be his, the universe itself seemed to rearrange to accommodate his will. The lands of his birth were harsh and unforgiving, a crucible that forged strong souls or broke weak ones entirely. Here, among the wind-swept steppes and iron-rich mountains, Sa-Nuzal learned the fundamental truth that would guide his entire existence, that strength was the only currency that truly mattered, and that those who possessed it in abundance were destined to rule over those who did not. But unlike many who shared this philosophy, Sa-Nuzal's vision extended far beyond simple brutality or mindless conquest. He saw war not as an end in itself, but as a tool for building something greater and more enduring. As he matured into manhood, Sa-Nuzal began to gather followers. At first, they were merely the desperate and the ambitious, those who saw in his unwavering confidence a chance to rise above their humble circumstances. But as word of his victories spread, more substantial figures began to take notice. Warriors who had served under other banners found themselves drawn to his cause. Tribal chieftains who had ruled their own small domains for generations suddenly found themselves considering the benefits of alliance with this rising power. What made Sa-Nuzal truly extraordinary was not just his ability to win battles, though his tactical genius was undeniable. Rather, it was his capacity to transform victory into lasting power. Where other conquerors might content themselves with plunder and glory, Sa-Nuzal understood that true dominion required something more fundamental, the complete subjugation of his enemy's will to resist. He did not merely defeat his foes, he convinced them that defeat had been inevitable, that resistance to his rule was not just futile but unnatural. The early campaigns of his conquest read like a masterclass in the art of war. He would study his enemies for months before striking, learning not just their military capabilities, but their fears, their weaknesses, their deepest desires. When he finally moved against them, It was with a precision that seemed almost supernatural. His armies struck not just at enemy strongholds, but at the very foundations of their enemies' confidence. By the time his forces appeared on the battlefield, the outcome often felt predetermined, as though the universe itself had already decided in his favor. Yet for all his tactical brilliance, San Uzal's greatest weapon was perhaps his ability to inspire absolute loyalty in his followers. Those who served under his banner spoke of him not merely as a general or even a king, but as something approaching a force of nature. He possessed an almost mystical ability to see potential in others that they themselves had never recognized, and to push them to achieve feats that should have been impossible. Under his leadership, common soldiers became elite warriors, and elite warriors became legends in their own right. As his empire expanded, San Uzal began to grapple with concepts that would define his eventual transformation. He became increasingly obsessed with the idea of permanence, with creating something that would endure long after his own mortal frame had turned to dust. He studied the ruins of ancient civilizations, trying to understand why great empires eventually crumbled and fell. He consulted with scholars and mystics, seeking knowledge that might help him transcend the limitations that had claimed all previous conquerors. It was during this period that San Uzal first began to experiment with the darker aspects of magic and necromancy, not out of any particular fascination with death itself, but rather from a growing understanding that death was the one enemy he had not yet learned to defeat. He saw it as the ultimate challenge, the final frontier that separated the truly great from the merely successful. If he could somehow overcome mortality itself, then his empire could truly last forever. The transformation was gradual at first. Those closest to San Uzal noticed changes in his demeanor, a growing coldness that seemed to emanate from his very soul. His armor, once gleaming and bright, began to take on a darker hue, as though it was somehow absorbing the essence of the battles he fought. His voice, always commanding, took on an almost otherworldly quality that could strike fear into the hearts of enemies and allies alike. But perhaps the most significant change was in his approach to warfare itself. Where once he had been content to defeat his enemies and claim their lands, San Uzal now began to seek something more absolute. He wanted not just their submission, but their very souls. He began to develop techniques and rituals that would bind the spirits of the fallen to his service, creating an army that would never tire, never retreat, and never question his commands. As his power grew, so too did the whispers and legends that surrounded his name. Some claimed he had made pacts with dark entities from beyond the mortal realm. Others suggested that he had discovered secrets of immortality that were meant to remain hidden. What none could deny was that San Uzal had become something more and less than human, a figure who commanded, not just through force of arms, but through an almost supernatural presence that seemed to bend reality itself to his will. The empire he built was unlike anything the world had ever seen. It was not merely a collection of conquered territories held together by fear and force, but a genuine fusion of different peoples and cultures under a single, unifying vision. San Uzal's genius lay in his ability to offer his subjects something they had never possessed before: the promise of being part of something eternal. Under his rule, they were not merely citizens of a kingdom that might fall with the next war or succession crisis, but participants in a grand design that transcended the limitations of mortal existence. Yet even as his earthly power reached its zenith, San Uzal remained haunted by the one challenge he had not yet conquered. Death continued to claim his followers, his allies, even his closest advisors. Each loss was not just a personal blow, but a reminder of the fundamental limitation that constrained all his ambitions. No matter how great his empire became, no matter how absolute his power, it would all ultimately be meaningless if it could not survive his own inevitable mortality. This growing obsession with death and immortality would eventually lead San Uzal down paths that would transform him into something far beyond what any mortal man was meant to become. But that transformation did not happen overnight. nor was it the result of a single moment of decision. Rather, it was the culmination of a lifetime spent pushing against the boundaries of what was possible, of refusing to accept that there were limits to what will and determination could achieve. As we reflect on the early life of the man who would become Mordekaiser, we see not just the story of a conqueror, but the tale of someone whose very nature seemed to rebel against the fundamental laws that govern mortal existence. His was a spirit that could not be contained by ordinary ambitions or satisfied by ordinary victories. From his earliest days he seemed destined for something greater and more terrible than the world had ever known. In the quiet moments before sleep claims you tonight, perhaps you might wonder, what drives a soul to refuse the natural boundaries that define human existence, and what might we become if we, too, possessed such uncompromising determination to transcend every limitation placed before us? Chapter 2. The First Death. In the twilight realm between life and death, where the laws of mortality hold no dominion, the king's defiance would echo through eternity. Tonight, as shadows gather and the world grows quiet, let us explore the moment when Sa-Nuzal first confronted the ultimate enemy he had spent his entire life preparing to face. This is the story of a death that was not an ending, but a beginning, the first time a mortal soul looked into the abyss of oblivion and declared it insufficient. The end of Sa-Nuzal's mortal existence came not through old age or peaceful surrender, but in the manner befitting a conqueror who had never known defeat. His empire had reached its zenith, stretching across vast territories and encompassing millions of souls under his dominion. Yet even at the height of his power, he remained restless, driven by an insatiable hunger for something greater than earthly conquest. It was this very ambition that would ultimately lead him to his first encounter with death. Picture, if you will, the final battle of his mortal campaign, not against any earthly enemy, but against the cosmic forces that sought to contain his growing power. Sa-Nuzal had delved deep into forbidden magics, seeking the secrets of immortality that had eluded every previous ruler. His experiments had drawn the attention of entities from beyond the mortal realm, beings who viewed his growing influence over death and undeath as a threat to the natural order itself. The confrontation was unlike any battle Sa-Nuzal had ever fought. His enemies were not flesh and blood warriors who could be defeated through superior tactics and overwhelming force, but manifestations of cosmic law itself. They came for him at the moment of his greatest triumph, when he believed himself closest to achieving the immortality he so desperately sought. The irony was not lost on him. In reaching for eternal life, he had brought about his own destruction. Yet even as his mortal form began to fail, even as the life force that had driven his conquests started to ebb away, Sa-Nuzal refused to surrender. Those who witnessed his final moments spoke of the terrible beauty of his defiance, the way he continued to rage against his fate even as his body crumbled and his empire burned around him. His last words, uttered with his dying breath, were not a plea for mercy or expression of regret, but a promise, a vow that death itself would not be permitted to claim victory over his will. When the darkness finally took him, Sa-Nuzal expected oblivion. What he found instead was something far more complex and terrible. The death realm, he discovered, was not the empty void that mortals imagined, but a vast and alien landscape governed by its own strange laws and hierarchies. Here, in this twilight dimension between existence and nothingness, the souls of the dead wandered in various states of awareness and purpose. For most souls, the death realm represented a kind of peaceful dissolution, a gradual fading into whatever lay beyond the boundaries of consciousness. They arrived confused and disoriented, their memories of mortal life slowly dimming until they became little more than wisps of fading personality. Eventually, they would pass on to whatever ultimate destination awaited beyond even death itself. Their individual existence merged back into the cosmic whole from which it had originally emerged. But Sa-Nuzal was not most souls. When he arrived in the death realm, he came not as a confused and frightened spirit seeking rest, but as a conqueror surveying new territory to be claimed. The force of his personality, the sheer intensity of his will, was so great that it refused to be diminished by the transition from life to death. If anything, freed from the limitations of mortal flesh, his ambition seemed to burn even brighter than before. The first thing Sanuzal noticed about the Death Realm was its malleability. Unlike the physical world, where matter and energy followed predictable laws, this dimension seemed to respond directly to will and intention. Thoughts could become reality, and reality could be reshaped by those with sufficient force of personality. For someone who had spent his entire life learning to impose his will upon the world, this discovery was nothing short of revolutionary. While other souls drifted aimlessly through the gray mists of the Death Realm, Sanuzal began to explore its boundaries and test its limits. He discovered that the realm was not uniform, but rather composed of countless different regions and territories, each reflecting different aspects of death and dying. Some areas were peaceful and serene, designed to provide comfort to souls seeking rest. Others were chaotic and violent, shaped by the unresolved conflicts and traumas of their inhabitants. It was in these darker regions that Sanuzal felt most at home. Here, among the souls of warriors and conquerors who had died with their ambitions unfulfilled, he found kindred spirits who shared his refusal to accept defeat. These were beings who, like himself, had possessed too much will and determination to simply fade away into peaceful oblivion. They had lingered in the Death Realm, driven by desires and purposes that transcended their mortal existence. Sanuzal quickly established himself as a leader among these restless spirits. His experience as a commander of armies served him well in organizing the chaotic energies of the dead into something resembling military structure. He began to forge alliances and establish territories, applying the same principles of conquest and dominion that had served him so well in life. But even as he built his power base in the Death Realm, Sanuzal remained focused on his ultimate goal, finding a way to return to the world of the living. He studied the barriers that separated the realms of life and death, searching for weaknesses that might allow him to breach them. He interrogated other spirits who had maintained their consciousness, learning everything he could about the nature of death and the possibilities for transcending it. What he discovered was both fascinating and terrible. Death, he learned, was not a fixed state but rather a transition, a doorway between different modes of existence. The barrier between life and death was strong, but it was not absolute. Under certain circumstances, with sufficient will and knowledge, it was possible for a soul to cross back from death into life. The price, however, was steep, and the process would fundamentally change the nature of the being attempting it. Sanuzal embraced this knowledge without hesitation. He had never been one to shy away from difficult choices or steep prices. If the cost of returning to life was his humanity, then he would pay it gladly. If it meant becoming something other than what he had been, then he would accept that transformation as the next stage of his evolution. The process of preparing for his return took what felt like an eternity, though time in the Death Realm flowed differently than in the mortal world. Sanuzal gathered power and knowledge, forging weapons and armor from the very essence of death itself. He learned to command not just the loyalty of other souls, but their very essence, binding them to his service in ways that transcended any mortal oath or allegiance. As he worked, Sanuzal began to change. The force of his will, compressed and refined by his time in the Death Realm, took on a quality that was both more and less than human. His consciousness expanded to encompass concepts and experiences that no mortal mind could contain. He began to understand death, not as an enemy to be defeated, but as a tool to be mastered and wielded. The moment of his return was marked by cosmic upheaval. The barriers between life and death, strained by his relentless assault, finally gave way. But what emerged was not the Sanuzal who had died, but something new and terrible. A being that combined the ambition and will of the greatest mortal conqueror with powers and knowledge that belonged to the realm of the dead. His first breath in the mortal world was drawn through lungs that no longer truly lived, into a body that was sustained, not by blood and breath, but by pure will and dark magic. The armor that clothed his form was forged from the essence of death itself, black metal that seemed to absorb light and hope in equal measure. The weapon he carried was not merely a tool of war, but a conduit for powers that mortals were never meant to wield. Those who witnessed his return spoke of the terrible majesty of his presence, the way reality itself seemed to bend and warp around him. He was no longer merely a conqueror of lands and peoples, but a master of the fundamental forces that governed existence itself. Death, which had once been his greatest enemy, had become his most faithful servant. Yet even in his moment of triumph, San Uzal, now truly Mordekaiser, the Iron Revenant, understood that his journey was far from over. He had achieved what no mortal before him had accomplished, but in doing so, he had also discovered that there were greater challenges ahead. The cosmos was vast, and death was only one of many forces that shaped reality. If he was to achieve his ultimate goal of eternal dominion, he would need to master them all. As we contemplate this moment of transformation, this first death that became a rebirth into something far more terrible and magnificent, we are reminded of the power of will that refuses to be contained by any boundary. San Uzal's journey through death was not just a victory over mortality, but a fundamental redefinition of what it meant to exist. In the quiet darkness that surrounds you now, consider this: if you possessed the will to refuse even death itself, what other limitations might prove to be merely illusions waiting to be shattered by sufficient determination. Chapter 3. The Iron Revenant rises. Where once flesh and bone had housed an ambitious soul, now something far more enduring took shape in the twilight between worlds. Tonight, as we draw closer to understanding the depths of transformation possible, when will transcends mortality, let us witness the birth of Mordekaiser, a name that would become synonymous with the conquest of death itself. This is the story of how a returned soul forged not just weapons and armor, but an entirely new form of existence. When San Uzal emerged from the Death Realm, the world he returned to was both familiar and alien. The physical landscape remained largely unchanged. The same mountains pierced the sky, the same rivers carved their paths through ancient valleys, but to eyes that had seen beyond the veil of mortality, everything appeared different. He could perceive the invisible currents of life and death that flowed through all things, the delicate threads that connected every living being to the cosmic forces that governed existence. His first act upon returning was not to reclaim his old territories or seek vengeance against those who had contributed to his downfall. Instead, Mordekaiser, for he was no longer truly San Uzal, sought solitude in the deep places of the world, far from the eyes of mortals who might not yet understand what he had become. In the depths of forgotten mountains and abandoned ruins, he began the work of truly transforming himself from a returned soul into something entirely new. The process of creating his iconic armor was as much a spiritual journey as a physical one. Mordekaiser understood that his new existence required more than just protection from mortal weapons. He needed a shell that could contain and channel the vast energies he had learned to command in the Death Realm. The metal he chose was not ordinary iron or steel, but a substance that existed at the intersection of the physical and spiritual worlds, material that had been touched by the same forces that governed death itself. Each piece of the armor was forged with meticulous care and dark purpose. The breastplate was shaped to echo the contours of a ribcage, a deliberate reminder that what lay beneath was no longer truly alive in any sense that mortals would recognize. The gauntlets were crafted with fingers that ended in claws, not because he needed them for battle, but because they served as conduits for the necromantic energies that now flowed through his being like blood once had. The helmet was perhaps the most significant piece, for it served not just to protect, but to transform. When Mordekaiser donned it, the last traces of his former human appearance vanished, replaced by something that inspired both awe and terror in equal measure. The eye slits glowed with an inner fire that was neither warm nor cold, but something altogether alien, the light of a soul that had seen beyond death and returned fundamentally changed. But it was the creation of Nightfall, his legendary mace, that truly marked his transformation into the Iron Revenant. This weapon was not merely forged but birthed from the very essence of the death realm itself. Mordekaiser gathered fragments of crystallized despair, shards of extinguished hope, and the concentrated weight of countless final moments, fusing them into a weapon that existed as much in the spiritual realm as in the physical one. The process of creating Nightfall required Mordekaiser to delve deeper into the mysteries of death than any being before him had dared. He had to understand not just how to command the dead, but how to embody the very concept of ending itself. The mace became an extension of his will, a tool through which he could channel powers that belonged to the fundamental forces of the universe. When Nightfall was complete, it possessed properties that defied mortal understanding. It could strike not just at physical forms, but at the life force itself, draining the essence of living beings and adding their strength to Mordekaiser's own. More than that, it served as a gateway between the realms of life and death, allowing him to summon forth the spirits of the slain to serve his purposes. With his transformation complete, Mordekaiser began to test the limits of his new existence. He discovered that he no longer required food, water, or rest in any conventional sense. His sustenance came from the cosmic forces he had learned to manipulate, and his energy was renewed, not by sleep, but by communion with the death realm that had become as much his home as the world of the living. His relationship with time had also fundamentally changed. Where once he had felt the urgency of mortal years pressing upon his ambitions, now he possessed the patience of eternity itself. He could plan not just for decades or centuries, but for millennia, secure in the knowledge that time was no longer his enemy but his ally. This new perspective allowed Mordekaiser to approach his goals with a strategic depth that had been impossible during his mortal existence. He began to understand that true dominion required more than just the conquest of territories or the subjugation of peoples. What he sought was something far more fundamental: the ability to reshape the very nature of existence itself. His first major act as the Iron Revenant was to return to the site of his former empire, not to reclaim it but to transform it into something unprecedented. Where once had stood cities of living stone and mortar, Mordekaiser began to construct fortresses that existed simultaneously in the realms of life and death. These structures served as anchor points, locations where the barriers between worlds grew thin and malleable. The technology, if it could be called that, which Mordekaiser employed in these constructions, was unlike anything the world had ever seen. He worked not with conventional tools and materials, but with the fundamental forces of creation and destruction themselves. Walls were raised not by placing stone upon stone, but by convincing reality itself that they had always existed. Foundations were laid not in earth and bedrock, but in the collective unconscious of all who had ever lived and died. Those few mortals who witnessed these early constructions spoke of their disturbing beauty, the way they seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. From one angle, they appeared to be ordinary fortifications built from dark stone and iron. From another perspective, they revealed themselves as impossible geometries that hurt the mind to contemplate, structures that seemed to fold in on themselves while somehow remaining perfectly stable. As word of these phenomena spread, Mordekaiser began to attract followers once again, but these were not the ambitious warriors and cunning politicians who had served Sanuzal in life. Instead, he drew to himself those who had glimpsed the truth about the nature of existence, scholars who had studied too deeply into forbidden knowledge, mystics who had touched the boundaries between worlds, and individuals who had survived their own encounters with death and returned somehow changed. These followers were not bound to Mordekaiser by simple loyalty or fear, but by a deeper understanding of what he represented. They saw in him not just a powerful leader, but a being who had transcended the fundamental limitations that constrained all mortal existence. To serve him was to participate in something far greater than any earthly empire. It was to help reshape the very nature of reality itself. Under Mordekaiser's guidance, his followers began to develop new forms of magic and technology that bridged the gap between life and death. They learned to create weapons that could wound souls as easily as flesh, armor that provided protection against spiritual as well as physical attacks, and devices that could manipulate the flow of life force itself. Perhaps most significantly, they began to experiment with forms of existence that transcended the traditional boundary between living and dead. Mordekaiser taught them techniques for preserving consciousness beyond physical death, for binding souls to material objects, and for creating hybrid beings that partook of both mortal and spiritual nature. These innovations were not pursued for their own sake, but in service of Mordekaiser's greater vision. He understood that if he was to achieve true dominion over existence, he would need allies who could operate on the same level as himself, beings who had transcended mortality without losing their individual consciousness and purpose. The transformation of his followers was a gradual process, accomplished through a combination of dark rituals, exposure to energies from the death realm, and intensive study of the mysteries Mordekaiser had uncovered. Some emerged from the process as wraith-like beings who could phase between the physical and spiritual realms at will. Others became living weapons, their bodies transformed into instruments of supernatural warfare. All of them, however, retained their essential loyalty to Mordekaiser and their commitment to his ultimate goals. They had seen what he had achieved through sheer force of will and determination, and they understood that by following his path, they too might transcend the limitations that bound ordinary existence. As the Iron Revenant's power grew and his followers multiplied, the world began to take notice of the strange phenomena occurring in the regions under his influence. Reports reached distant kingdoms of impossible fortresses that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions, of armies that included both living warriors and the animated dead, and of a dark lord whose very presence seemed to alter the fundamental nature of reality. These reports were met with a mixture of disbelief, terror, and fascination. Some rulers dismissed them as the ravings of madmen, or the exaggerations of fearful messengers. Others recognized them as harbingers of a threat unlike any their kingdoms had ever faced. A few, possessed of deeper wisdom or darker ambitions, began to wonder if alliance with this Iron Revenant might offer opportunities for power that could never be achieved through conventional means. In the quiet moments between his great works, Mordekaiser reflected on how far he had traveled from his origins as Sa-Nuzal, the ambitious warlord who had refused to accept the limitations of mortality, had become something that transcended those limitations entirely. Yet he understood that his transformation was not complete. It was merely the first stage of a journey that would ultimately lead to the complete reshaping of existence itself. As we contemplate this moment of emergence, when the Iron Revenant first revealed himself to a world unprepared for such radical transformation, we are reminded that true change often requires us to become something fundamentally different from what we were before. Mordekaiser's journey shows us that the greatest victories are not won by defeating external enemies, but by transcending the internal limitations that define what we believe to be possible. In the stillness of this moment, as sleep beckons with its promise of rest and dreams, consider this: what might we accomplish if we possessed the courage to abandon everything we think we know about the boundaries of our own existence? Chapter 4. Master of the Death Realm. Beyond the veil of mortal perception lies a realm where the rules of existence bend to the will of those bold enough to seize dominion over the impossible. Tonight, as we venture deeper into the cosmic scope of Mordekaiser's ambitions, let us explore how the Iron Revenant carved out an empire, not just in the world of the living, but in the very heart of death itself. This is the story of a conqueror who refused to be limited by the boundaries between realms, who saw in death not an ending, but the ultimate territory to be claimed. The Death Realm, as Mordekaiser had discovered during his first journey beyond mortality, was far more complex and stratified than most living beings could imagine. It was not a single, uniform domain, but rather a vast tapestry of interconnected regions, each reflecting different aspects of death, dying, and what lay beyond. Some areas were peaceful sanctuaries, where souls found rest and healing from the traumas of mortal existence. Others were chaotic battlegrounds, where the unresolved conflicts of life continued to rage for eternity. Having established his presence in the world of the living, Mordekaiser turned his attention to conquering these Death Realm territories with the same methodical precision that had characterized his mortal campaigns. But this was conquest of an entirely different nature. Here, victory was measured not in captured cities or subjugated populations, but in the fundamental restructuring of spiritual reality itself. His first target was the region known as the Threshold Wastes, a desolate expanse where newly dead souls wandered in confusion before finding their way to their ultimate destinations. This area had always been somewhat lawless, governed more by cosmic inertia than by any conscious will. Mordekaiser saw it as the perfect foundation for his growing empire of death, a staging ground from which he could launch further conquests into the deeper mysteries of the afterlife. The process of claiming the Threshold Wastes required Mordekaiser to demonstrate mastery over concepts that transcended physical warfare. Here, battles were fought not with sword and shield, but with will against will, essence against essence. He had to prove that his consciousness was stronger than the ambient forces of dissolution that naturally governed the Death Realm, that his vision of order could impose itself upon the chaotic energies of transition and transformation. The contest was unlike anything from his mortal experience. His opponents were not individual enemies who could be defeated through superior tactics, but fundamental aspects of death itself. The force that drew souls toward final rest, the power that erased individual identity in favor of cosmic unity, the inexorable pull toward whatever lay beyond even the Death Realm. These were not malevolent entities but natural laws, as basic to spiritual existence as gravity was to the physical world. Yet Mordekaiser's will proved stronger than these cosmic forces. Through sheer determination and the knowledge he had gained from his unique position between life and death, he began to impose his own vision of order upon the Threshold Wastes. Where once souls had wandered aimlessly toward their destinations, now they found themselves drawn into formations and hierarchies that served Mordekaiser's greater purpose. This was not mere domination, but transformation at the most fundamental level. Mordekaiser did not simply command the souls in his territory, he convinced them that serving his purposes was their natural state, that his vision of order was more authentic than the chaos they had known before. Those who served him did so not out of fear or compulsion, but because they had come to understand that his way offered something greater than the simple dissolution that awaited them elsewhere. As his control over the Threshold Wastes solidified, Mordekaiser began to construct his first great fortress in the Death Realm. This structure, which he named the Iron Citadel, was built according to principles that existed nowhere else in any realm. Its foundations were laid not in stone or earth, but in crystallized determination, the accumulated will of countless souls who had chosen purpose over peace, action over rest. The walls of the Iron Citadel were forged from compressed despair, not the bitter despair of defeat, but the pure, clean despair that came from understanding the true scope of existence and choosing to act anyway. These walls were impregnable not because they were physically strong, but because they embodied the absolute refusal to surrender that defined Mordekaiser's essential nature. Within the Citadel, Mordekaiser established the first true government the Death Realm had ever known. He created hierarchies and chains of command that allowed him to organize the chaotic energies of death into purposeful action. Souls who had wandered without direction for eons suddenly found themselves with roles and responsibilities, purposes that gave meaning to their continued existence. The most significant innovation was Mordekaiser's development of what he called the Soul Forge, a cosmic mechanism that allowed him to reshape the essential nature of spiritual beings. Through this device, he could take the raw essence of souls and craft them into specialized forms suited for particular purposes. Some became warriors capable of fighting in both spiritual and physical realms. Others were transformed into architects who could build structures that existed across multiple dimensions simultaneously. Perhaps most importantly, the Soul Forge allowed Mordekaiser to create permanent bonds between himself and those who served him. These were not the temporary loyalties that characterized mortal relationships, but fundamental alterations to the nature of the souls themselves. Those who underwent this process became extensions of Mordekaiser's will, able to act with his authority and drawing upon his power, while still retaining their individual consciousness and capabilities. This network of bonded souls became the foundation of Mordekaiser's growing empire in the Death Realm. As his territory expanded, he could rely on his transformed servants to maintain order and continue his work even when his attention was focused elsewhere. They became his eyes and ears throughout the vast expanses of the afterlife, gathering intelligence about other regions and identifying opportunities for further conquest. The expansion of Mordekaiser's domain was both methodical and relentless. He targeted regions that possessed strategic value, areas where the barriers between realms were thin, locations where powerful souls gathered, territories that controlled important flows of spiritual energy. Each conquest added to his understanding of how the Death Realm functioned and increased his ability to manipulate its fundamental forces. One of his most significant victories was the conquest of the Morning Fields, a region where souls who had died in great anguish or despair gathered to process their trauma before moving on to their final rest. This area was rich in the raw emotional energy that Mordekaiser had learned to harness and direct. By claiming it, he gained access to a virtually unlimited source of power that could fuel his further ambitions. The battle for the Morning Fields was fought primarily on an emotional level. Mordekaiser had to demonstrate that his vision of purposeful existence was more compelling than the simple desire for peace that drew souls to this region. He accomplished this not through force or deception, but by showing the gathered souls that their pain and anguish could be transformed into something meaningful, that their suffering could become the foundation for achievements that transcended individual existence. Many of the souls in the Morning Fields chose to join Mordekaiser's cause willingly, seeing in his offer a chance to make their deaths meaningful in ways that simple rest could never provide. Others required more convincing, but ultimately came to understand that serving the Iron Revenant offered them opportunities for growth and achievement that were impossible elsewhere in the Death Realm. With the Morning Fields under his control, Mordekaiser possessed both the territory and the resources necessary to challenge even more significant powers in the Death Realm. He set his sights on the Twilight Sanctum, a region governed by ancient entities who claimed authority over the processes of death and dying. These beings had existed since the dawn of mortality itself, and they viewed Mordekaiser's activities as a dangerous disruption of the natural order. The conflict with the Twilight Sanctum represented Mordekaiser's greatest challenge yet. His opponents were not merely powerful souls or cosmic forces, but genuine deities of death, who possessed authority that predated his own existence by eons. They commanded legions of lesser spirits, and had access to powers that existed at the very foundation of reality itself. Yet Mordekaiser approached this conflict with the same confidence that had characterized all his previous campaigns. He understood that his opponents, for all their ancient power, were fundamentally conservative entities who sought to preserve existing order rather than create something new. Their strength lay in their connection to established cosmic law, but this same connection also limited their ability to adapt and innovate. The war between Mordekaiser and the Twilight Sanctum raged across multiple dimensions of reality, with battles fought not just in the Death Realm, but in the spaces between worlds where the fundamental forces of existence could be directly manipulated. Mordekaiser's advantage lay in his willingness to embrace transformation and change, to sacrifice stability in favor of growth and expansion. The decisive moment came when Mordekaiser demonstrated that his vision of ordered death was not a rejection of the natural cycle, but its logical evolution. He showed the ancient powers that conscious direction and purposeful application of death's energies could achieve far more than the random processes they had overseen for millennia. His was not a conquest that sought to destroy the existing order, but a transformation that elevated it to a higher level of function and purpose. One by one, the ancient powers of the Twilight Sanctum came to understand that Mordekaiser represented not the end of their authority, but its fulfillment. They chose to join his cause willingly, adding their vast knowledge and cosmic connections to his growing empire. With their allegiance secured, Mordekaiser became not just a conqueror of Death Realm territories, but a legitimate ruler whose authority was recognized by the fundamental forces of existence itself. The establishment of his empire in the Death Realm marked a turning point in Mordekaiser's evolution. He was no longer simply a powerful individual who had transcended mortality, but a cosmic force in his own right, a being whose will and vision had become integral to the functioning of death itself. From his throne in the Iron Citadel, he could perceive and influence the flow of souls throughout all realms of existence. This new perspective revealed to Mordekaiser the true scope of the challenges that lay ahead. The Death Realm, vast as it was, represented only one aspect of the cosmic order that he sought to transform. There were other realms, other forces, other powers that would need to be conquered or convinced if his ultimate vision was to be realized. But for now, in this moment of consolidation and reflection, Mordekaiser could take satisfaction in what he had accomplished. He had proven that even the most fundamental aspects of existence could be reshaped by sufficient will and determination. Death itself had become his servant, and through death he could touch every aspect of reality. As we contemplate this achievement, the conquest of death by one who had first been conquered by it, we are reminded that the greatest victories often require us to transform our relationship with our greatest challenges. Mordekaiser did not defeat death so much as he learned to embody it, to become it, and through that transformation to transcend it entirely. In the quiet moments before sleep embraces you, consider this: what limitations in your own existence might reveal themselves to be, not barriers, but doorways. If only you possessed the wisdom to see them as Mordekaiser saw death itself. Chapter 5. The Immortal Bastion. In the convergence of vision and will, where impossibility bends before absolute determination, there rises a monument that defies every law mortals believe govern reality. Tonight, as we explore the architectural marvel that stands as testament to one being's refusal to accept limitation, let us discover how Mordekaiser created not merely a fortress, but a living embodiment of his conquest over death itself. This is the story of the Immortal Bastion, a structure that exists as much in the realm of concept as in physical stone, a bridge between worlds that serves as the ultimate expression of the Iron Revenant's power. The decision to construct the Immortal Bastion came to Mordekaiser during his deepest meditations in the Iron Citadel. Having established his dominion over vast territories in the Death Realm, he recognized the need for a corresponding presence in the world of the living, not merely another fortress or palace, but a structure that would serve as a permanent anchor point between the realms of existence. This would be more than architecture. It would be philosophy made manifest, a physical embodiment of his vision for the fundamental restructuring of reality. The location chosen for the bastion was not selected for its strategic military value or natural resources, but for far more esoteric reasons. Mordekaiser identified a convergence point where the barriers between the realms of life and death were naturally thin, a place where the cosmic forces that governed existence flowed together in patterns that could be harnessed and directed. Here, in this unremarkable valley that had witnessed countless forgotten battles, he would build something that would endure long after the memory of those conflicts had faded. The first stage of construction required Mordekaiser to fundamentally alter the nature of the land itself. Using techniques learned in his conquest of the Death Realm, he began to infuse the very earth with spiritual energy, creating a foundation that existed simultaneously in multiple dimensions. The bedrock was not merely carved and shaped, but convinced to adopt new properties, becoming something between stone and crystallized will. The process was both architectural and alchemical. Each stone that would form the bastion's walls was not simply quarried from the earth, but birthed from the intersection of physical matter and spiritual essence. Mordekaiser would select souls from his vast domain in the Death Realm, warriors who had died with honor, craftsmen who had devoted their lives to perfection, scholars who had sought knowledge beyond mortal understanding, and bind their essence into the very structure of the building materials. This was not the crude necromancy practiced by lesser dark lords, who merely animated corpses to serve their purposes. Instead, Mordekaiser was creating something entirely new, matter that was alive in ways that transcended biological existence, stone that possessed memory and will, walls that could think and respond to threats. Each soul willingly bound into the Bastion became part of a greater consciousness, while retaining its individual identity and capabilities. The design of the Immortal Bastion defied conventional architectural principles. Its towers reached not just toward the sky, but seemed to extend into dimensions that existed beyond normal perception. The walls curved and angled in ways that should have been structurally impossible, creating spaces that were larger on the inside than their external dimensions could contain. Corridors led to chambers that existed in the Death Realm, while maintaining perfect accessibility from the physical world. At the heart of the structure, Mordekaiser constructed the Throne of Dominion, not merely a seat of power, but a focal point for the cosmic forces he commanded. The throne was carved from a single massive crystal that he had discovered in the deepest regions of the Death Realm, a formation that had grown over eons from the accumulated will of countless souls who had refused to accept defeat even in death. When he sat upon this throne, Mordekaiser could perceive and influence events across multiple realms simultaneously. The construction process itself became a demonstration of Mordekaiser's evolved understanding of leadership and inspiration. Rather than commanding his followers to build through fear or compulsion, he invited them to participate in the creation of something that transcended individual ambition. Each soul that contributed to the Bastion's construction was elevated by the experience, gaining new understanding of their place in the cosmic order and their role in Mordekaiser's greater vision. The walls of the Immortal Bastion told stories in a language that existed beyond words. Images and symbols carved into the stone depicted not historical events, but conceptual truths. The fundamental principles that governed existence, the hidden connections between seemingly disparate phenomena, the secret pathways that linked all forms of consciousness. These were not mere decorations but functional elements that helped focus and direct the spiritual energies that flowed through the structure. As the Bastion neared completion, its influence began to extend far beyond its physical boundaries. The very presence of such a structure in the material world caused ripples in the fabric of reality, creating zones where the normal laws of physics operated differently. Time flowed at varying speeds in different chambers. Space folded in on itself in ways that allowed instant travel between distant locations, and the boundary between thought and reality became permeable. These phenomena were not accidents, but carefully designed features. Mordekaiser understood that his ultimate goals required more than just personal power. They demanded the ability to reshape the fundamental nature of existence itself. The Immortal Bastion served as both a laboratory and a demonstration, a place where he could experiment with cosmic forces and show others what was possible when sufficient will was applied to the task of transformation. The completion of the Bastion marked a new phase in Mordekaiser's relationship with the world of the living. No longer was he a returning conqueror seeking to reclaim old territories, but a cosmic force offering a new form of existence to those bold enough to embrace it. The Bastion became a pilgrimage site for those who sought to transcend their mortal limitations, a place where the ambitious and the desperate could glimpse possibilities that existed beyond conventional understanding. Those who visited the Immortal Bastion spoke of its profound impact on their perception of reality. Many described feeling as though they had awakened from a dream they had not realized they were living, suddenly aware of dimensions of existence they had never imagined. Some emerged from their visits with new abilities and understanding, having been touched by the cosmic forces that Mordekaiser commanded. Others found the experience so overwhelming that they chose to remain, becoming part of the growing community of transformed beings that served the Iron Revenant. The Bastion's influence extended to the very fabric of magic itself in the surrounding regions. Spells cast in its vicinity often produced unexpected results, as the altered nature of reality in the area caused magical energies to behave according to different rules. What might have been a simple cantrip elsewhere could become a profound transformation within the Bastion's sphere of influence, while powerful rituals might fail entirely if they contradicted the new cosmic order that Mordekaiser was establishing. Perhaps most significantly, The Immortal Bastion served as a recruitment center for Mordekaiser's growing army of transformed beings. Here he could offer potential followers not just promises of power or immortality, but direct demonstration of what such transformation actually entailed. Those who proved worthy were invited to undergo the process of binding their souls to the Bastion itself, becoming living extensions of Mordekaiser's will while gaining access to capabilities that no mortal could possess. The process of soul binding was neither painful nor coercive. Instead, it represented a fundamental choice about the nature of existence itself. Those who chose to undergo the transformation did so with full understanding of what they were gaining and what they were leaving behind. They traded the limitations and uncertainties of mortal existence for the clarity and purpose that came from being part of something greater than themselves. As word of the Immortal Bastion spread throughout the world, it became a focal point for the hopes and fears of entire civilizations. Some saw it as the herald of a new age, a promise that the limitations that had always constrained mortal existence could finally be transcended. Others viewed it as an abomination, a violation of natural law that threatened the fundamental order of reality. These varying reactions pleased Mordekaiser, as they demonstrated that his creation was having exactly the impact he had intended. The Bastion was not meant to be ignored or dismissed, but to force all who encountered it to confront fundamental questions about the nature of existence and their place within it. It served as a catalyst for transformation, pushing individuals and entire societies to evolve beyond their current limitations. From his throne within the Bastion's heart, Mordekaiser could perceive the growing network of connections that linked his fortress to every corner of existence. The souls bound into its structure served as nodes in a vast communication system that allowed him to monitor events across multiple realms simultaneously. Through this network, he could coordinate actions across vast distances and ensure that his will was implemented consistently throughout his growing domain. The Immortal Bastion also served as a repository of knowledge that transcended any mortal library or archive. The souls bound within its walls retained their memories and experiences from both life and death, creating a collective consciousness that contained the wisdom of ages. Scholars who gained access to this repository often emerged with understanding that revolutionized entire fields of study, having learned secrets that no living being had ever discovered through conventional means. Yet, for all its practical applications, the true significance of the Immortal Bastion lay in what it represented, proof that the boundaries that seemed to define reality were actually malleable, subject to change by those with sufficient vision and determination. It stood as a monument to the power of will over circumstance, of purpose over limitation, of transformation over stagnation. As the years passed and the Bastion's influence continued to grow, it became clear that Mordekaiser had achieved something unprecedented in the history of existence. He had created not just a structure, but a new form of reality itself, a space where the rules that governed life and death could be rewritten according to his vision. The Immortal Bastion was both fortress and philosophy, both home and laboratory, both monument and living testament to the power of absolute determination. In the quiet moments when the cosmic forces that flowed through the Bastion settled into gentle rhythms, Mordekaiser would reflect on how far his vision had progressed. From the ambitious warlord who had first refused to accept the limitations of mortality, he had become something that transcended every category of existence that mortals understood. The Bastion was his masterpiece, his gift to reality itself, a demonstration of what became possible when one refused to accept that anything was truly impossible. As we contemplate this architectural marvel that bridges the realms of existence, we are reminded that our greatest achievements often require us to think beyond the boundaries that others accept as immutable. The Immortal Bastion shows us that with sufficient vision and determination, we can create not just new structures but entirely new forms of reality. In the gentle darkness that surrounds you now, consider this: what monuments to possibility might you build if you possessed the courage to question every assumption about what can and cannot be achieved? Chapter 6. Legion of the Damned. In the space between ending and eternity, where souls stripped of flesh discover purpose beyond mortality's narrow confines. An army unlike any other takes shape. Tonight, as we delve into the profound transformation of death from final rest into eternal service, let us explore how Mordekaiser assembled a legion that transcends every limitation that once bound military might to mortal flesh. This is the story of how death itself became the ultimate recruitment ground, where the fallen found not oblivion but elevation to a higher form of existence. The concept of the Legion of the Damned emerged from Mordekaiser's deep understanding of the fundamental inequalities that characterized mortal existence. In life, armies were limited by the frailties of flesh, the need for sustenance, the requirement for rest, and the inevitable attrition of age and disease. Even the greatest warriors eventually succumbed to time, taking their hard-won experience and battle-tested loyalty with them into whatever lay beyond death. But what if death itself could be transformed from an ending into a beginning? Mordekaiser's first experiments in creating his undead legion were not born from cruelty or a desire for mere power, but from a philosophical recognition that death was the ultimate equalizer, not because it reduced all beings to nothing, but because it stripped away the artificial distinctions that divided mortals from their true potential. In death, the peasant and the prince faced the same transition. The coward and the hero confronted identical mysteries. Here was the raw material for a truly perfect army. The process of creating his legion began with careful selection, rather than indiscriminate resurrection. Mordekaiser did not simply animate any corpse that crossed his path, but instead sought out souls who had demonstrated particular qualities during their mortal existence: courage in the face of overwhelming odds, loyalty that transcended personal interest, skill that approached the level of art. These were the spirits he deemed worthy of elevation to his service. Unlike the crude necromancy practiced by lesser dark lords, Mordekaiser's approach to commanding the dead was based on mutual understanding rather than simple domination. He offered souls not just continued existence, but purpose that transcended anything they could have achieved in life. To serve in his legion was not a curse, but an opportunity, a chance to participate in something that would reshape the fundamental nature of reality itself. The transformation of a soul into one of Mordekaiser's legion was a complex process that respected the essential nature of the individual, while enhancing their capabilities beyond mortal limitations. Each recruit retained their memories, personality, and core identity, but gained access to powers and understanding that no living being could possess. They became perfect soldiers, not through the erasure of their humanity, but through its elevation to a higher form. The structure of the Legion of the Damned reflected Mordekaiser's genius for organization and his deep understanding of military hierarchy. At the lowest level were the thrall warriors' souls, who had shown basic competence and loyalty in life, and who now served as the backbone of his forces. These beings possessed strength and resilience far beyond their mortal limits, could march without rest or sustenance, and felt no fear of death, because they had already transcended it. Above the thrall warriors were the Wraith Commander's souls, who had demonstrated leadership abilities during their mortal existence, and who now coordinated the actions of entire companies of undead soldiers. These beings could phase between the physical and spiritual realms, allowing them to scout enemy positions, bypass physical obstacles, and strike from unexpected angles. Their connection to both realms made them invaluable for coordinating complex operations that spanned multiple dimensions of existence. At the highest levels of the Legion were the Death Knights, elite warriors who had proven themselves worthy of Mordekaiser's personal attention and training. These were souls who had not just accepted their transformation but embraced it completely, understanding that their undeath was not a pale imitation of life, but a superior form of existence. They served as Mordekaiser's direct representatives, capable of acting with his authority and drawing upon his power to accomplish missions of the greatest importance. The training regimens employed by the Legion of the Damned were unlike anything practiced by mortal armies, since his soldiers felt no physical pain, required no rest, and possessed unlimited endurance. Mordekaiser could push them to levels of perfection that would have been impossible for living warriors. They could practice the same maneuver thousands of times without fatigue, study enemy tactics for decades without distraction, and maintain perfect readiness for action across spans of time that exceeded mortal lifespans. More significantly, the Legion's training focused not just on physical combat, but on the manipulation of spiritual forces. Each member learned to channel the energies of the Death Realm, allowing them to affect both living enemies and spiritual entities. They could drain the life force from opponents, phase through physical barriers, and coordinate their actions through telepathic connections that transcended normal communication limitations. The tactical advantages possessed by the Legion of the Damned were profound and multifaceted. Traditional military strategies that relied on cutting supply lines or forcing enemies to fight while exhausted were useless against an army that required no supplies and never tired. Conventional fortifications offered little protection against soldiers who could phase through solid walls or emerge from the Death Realm itself at any location. Perhaps most importantly, the Legion was immune to the psychological warfare that played such a crucial role in mortal conflicts. Fear, despair, and uncertainty, the emotions that could break the morale of living armies, had no effect on soldiers who had already faced the ultimate fear and emerged victorious. Instead, it was the Legion itself that became a source of psychological pressure, as their very presence reminded enemies of their own mortality and the futility of resistance against forces that had transcended death. The philosophy that bound the Legion of the Damned together went far beyond simple military doctrine. Mordekaiser taught his soldiers that they were not merely warriors but pioneers, exploring new forms of existence and demonstrating to the living world what was possible when the limitations of mortality were cast aside. Each battle they fought was not just a tactical engagement, but a philosophical statement about the nature of reality and the potential for transformation. This philosophical foundation gave the Legion a unity of purpose that transcended individual motivations. While mortal armies often struggled with desertion, conflicting loyalties, and competing ambitions, the Legion of the Damned moved with singular focus toward their shared goals. They understood that their individual success was inseparable from the success of Mordekaiser's greater vision, and this understanding made them willing to make sacrifices that no living soldier would contemplate. The recruitment process for the Legion continued to evolve as Mordekaiser's understanding of spiritual transformation deepened. He developed techniques for identifying souls with exceptional potential even before their mortal deaths, allowing him to subtly influence events to ensure that worthy candidates would eventually find their way into his service. This was not manipulation but opportunity, offering souls the chance to achieve in death what they had never been able to accomplish in life. Some of the Legion's most effective members were recruited, not from among traditional warriors, but from unexpected sources. Scholars who had died in pursuit of forbidden knowledge became tactical analysts of unparalleled ability. Artists who had struggled to perfect their craft in life found new outlets for their creativity in the design of weapons and the coordination of battle formations. Even ordinary citizens who had shown extraordinary courage or loyalty in times of crisis could find themselves elevated to positions of honor within the Legion's ranks. The relationship between the Legion of the Damned and the living world was complex and multifaceted. While they served as Mordekaiser's primary military force, they also functioned as ambassadors of sorts, demonstrating to mortal observers what transformation beyond death could offer. Many who witnessed the Legion in action found themselves reconsidering their assumptions about the nature of existence and the possibilities that awaited beyond mortality. The Legion's influence extended beyond the battlefield into the realm of ideas and philosophy. Their very existence challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of death, the meaning of existence, and the potential for transformation. Scholars and theologians throughout the world found themselves grappling with questions that the Legion's existence made impossible to ignore. What did it mean to truly live? Was consciousness dependent on physical form? Could death be not an ending but a graduation to a higher state of being? These philosophical implications were not lost on Mordekaiser, who understood that his Legion's greatest victory would not be any single battle, but the gradual transformation of how mortals understood existence itself. Each engagement served not just tactical purposes but educational ones, showing observers that the boundaries they believed to be absolute were actually malleable. The Legion of the Damned also served as a testing ground for Mordekaiser's theories about consciousness, identity, and transformation. Through careful observation of how different souls adapted to their undead existence, he gained insights into the fundamental nature of consciousness that no mortal philosopher could achieve. This knowledge informed not just his military strategies, but his broader vision for the transformation of reality itself. As the Legion grew in size and capability, it became clear that Mordekaiser had created something unprecedented in the history of warfare. This was not simply a more effective army, but an entirely new form of military organization, one that transcended the limitations that had constrained all previous attempts at conquest. The Legion of the Damned represented the fusion of martial prowess with spiritual enlightenment, creating warriors who fought not just with weapons, but with understanding of cosmic forces that most beings could never comprehend. The loyalty of the Legion to Mordekaiser was absolute, but it was a loyalty based on understanding rather than compulsion. Each member had chosen their transformation willingly, recognizing that service to the Iron Revenant offered opportunities for growth and achievement that were impossible elsewhere. They served not as slaves, but as partners in a grand endeavor that would ultimately benefit all existence. From his throne in the Immortal Bastion, Mordekaiser could perceive the activities of every member of his legion across all realms of existence. This connection allowed for coordination and communication that surpassed anything possible with living armies. Orders could be transmitted instantaneously across vast distances, tactical adjustments could be implemented in real time, and the accumulated experience of all Legion members could be shared among the entire force. As we contemplate this unprecedented fusion of death and purpose, of ending and beginning, we are reminded that our greatest limitations often become our greatest opportunities when viewed from the proper perspective. The Legion of the Damned shows us that what appears to be defeat can become victory, that what seems like an ending can become a commencement. In the peaceful silence that surrounds you now, consider this: what aspects of existence that you currently view as limitations might actually be doorways to forms of strength and purpose that you have never imagined possible. Chapter 7. The Second Death. Even the greatest forces of transformation must sometimes face the crucible of apparent defeat, where triumph reveals itself not in victory, but in the wisdom gained through temporary setback. Tonight, as we explore the paradox of how loss can become the foundation for greater understanding, let us witness Mordekaiser's second encounter with death, not as ending, but as education, not as defeat, but as revelation. This is the story of how the Iron Revenant learned that even cosmic power must sometimes bow before the collective will of those who refuse to surrender their own vision of reality. The circumstances that led to Mordekaiser's second death were as complex as they were inevitable. His growing power and influence had not gone unnoticed by the forces that sought to maintain the traditional boundaries between life and death. As his Legion of the Damned expanded, and the Immortal Bastion's influence spread across multiple realms, a coalition of mortal heroes, celestial entities, and even some denizens of the Death Realm itself began to form against what they perceived as a threat to the fundamental order of existence. This coalition was unlike any opposition Mordekaiser had faced during his mortal campaigns or his early conquests in the Death Realm. These were not merely armies seeking to defend territory or wealth, but representatives of cosmic principles who believed that his vision of transcendence through death violated the natural law that governed all existence. They fought not for personal gain but for the preservation of boundaries that they believed were essential to the stability of reality itself. The leader of this coalition was a mortal hero whose name has been lost to history, but whose courage and determination rivaled Mordekaiser's own. This individual had witnessed firsthand the transformation that occurred in regions under the Iron Revenant's influence, and while they could not deny the power and possibilities that such transformation offered, they believed that it came at too high a cost: the loss of what they considered essential humanity. The hero possessed something that Mordekaiser had not anticipated, the ability to inspire others to transcend their normal limitations without abandoning their fundamental nature. Where Mordekaiser offered transformation through the acceptance of death, the hero offered transformation through the affirmation of life. Both visions were powerful, but they were fundamentally incompatible, and the conflict between them was perhaps inevitable. The war that followed was fought across multiple dimensions of reality simultaneously. Battles raged in the physical world, where Mordekaiser's Legion of the Damned clashed with armies of living warriors who fought with a desperation born of the knowledge that defeat meant not just death, but the potential transformation of everything they understood about existence. Simultaneously, conflicts erupted in the Death Realm itself, where celestial forces sought to limit Mordekaiser's influence and restore what they considered the proper order of spiritual transition. What made this conflict particularly challenging for Mordekaiser was that his opponents had learned from his own innovations. They had developed weapons and tactics specifically designed to combat undead forces, creating blessed armaments that could disrupt the spiritual bonds that held his legion together. More significantly, they had found ways to appeal directly to the souls under Mordekaiser's command, offering them alternative visions of post-mortal existence that did not require submission to his will. The hero's greatest weapon was not any physical armament, but their ability to remind souls of what they had been before their transformation. Through carefully crafted appeals to memory and emotion, they could sometimes cause members of the Legion of the Damned to question whether their current existence truly represented elevation or merely a different form of enslavement. These moments of doubt, while rare, created vulnerabilities in the Legion's otherwise perfect unity of purpose. Mordekaiser responded to these challenges with the same strategic brilliance that had characterized all his previous campaigns. He adapted his tactics to counter the new weapons and defenses his enemies had developed, created new forms of spiritual armor that could resist blessed weapons, and developed counter-arguments to the philosophical challenges posed by the hero's message. For a time, it seemed that his superior understanding of death and transformation would once again prove decisive. The turning point came not through any single decisive battle, but through a gradual erosion of Mordekaiser's position that reflected the fundamental nature of the conflict itself. His power was based on the transformation of individual souls through their acceptance of his vision, but the coalition opposing him drew strength from the collective will of entire populations who chose to resist that transformation. Where Mordekaiser offered individual transcendence, his enemies offered collective solidarity. This distinction proved crucial as the war progressed. Mordekaiser's forces, for all their individual power and perfect coordination, were ultimately limited in number by the souls he had been able to transform. The coalition's forces, while individually weaker, could potentially draw upon the life force and determination of entire civilizations. Moreover, each victory by the coalition inspired others to join their cause, while each victory by Mordekaiser only reinforced the fears of those who opposed him. The final confrontation took place, not in any single location, but across a network of battlefields that spanned multiple realms. Mordekaiser found himself fighting simultaneously in the physical world, the Death Realm, and the spaces between worlds where cosmic forces could be directly engaged. His opponents had correctly identified that his power depended on his ability to maintain connections across all these realms, and they concentrated their efforts on severing those connections. The battle was magnificent and terrible, a conflict that stretched the boundaries of what was possible even in a cosmos where the impossible had become routine. Mordekaiser wielded powers that could reshape reality itself, calling upon the accumulated strength of his entire legion and the cosmic forces he had learned to command. His opponents countered with the collective will of countless souls who had chosen to resist transformation, their combined determination creating a force that was perhaps even more formidable than Mordekaiser's individual might. In the end, the decisive factor was not superior strength or tactics, but a fundamental difference in philosophy that manifested as a difference in the nature of power itself. Mordekaiser's power was concentrated and directed, flowing from his individual will through the hierarchy he had created. The coalition's power was distributed and resilient, emerging from the voluntary cooperation of countless independent beings who had chosen to work together while maintaining their individual identities. When the moment of defeat came, it was not through the destruction of Mordekaiser's physical form, something that would have been meaningless to a being who had already transcended mortality, but through the severing of his connections to the sources of his power. The coalition had learned to disrupt the spiritual bonds that linked him to his legion, the cosmic forces that sustained his transformed existence, and the realms where he had established his dominion. The process of his second death was gradual rather than instantaneous, a slow dissolution of the network of power and influence he had spent so long constructing. One by one, members of his legion were freed from their bonds to him, not through destruction but through the restoration of their individual will to choose their own path. The immortal Bastion, deprived of the spiritual energy that sustained its impossible architecture, began to phase back into the death realm from which much of its substance had originally come. Yet even as his empire crumbled around him, Mordekaiser faced his second death with the same defiant determination that had characterized his entire existence. He understood that this defeat was not truly an ending, but another form of transformation, another opportunity to learn and grow. The knowledge and experience he had gained during his time as a cosmic force would not be lost, but would instead inform whatever came next. As his consciousness began to separate from the physical realm, Mordekaiser took time to study the nature of his defeat, analyzing the strategies and principles that his opponents had used so effectively against him. He realized that his error had not been in seeking transformation or transcendence, but in assuming that his particular vision of what such transformation should entail was the only valid one. The coalition had defeated him not by proving that transformation was impossible, but by demonstrating that alternative forms of transformation were not only possible, but perhaps more appealing to those who valued individual choice over collective purpose. This realization was perhaps more valuable than any victory could have been. Mordekaiser understood that his next attempt at reshaping reality would need to account for the fundamental desire of conscious beings to maintain their individual agency, even while participating in something greater than themselves. The challenge was not to eliminate individual will, but to find ways to harmonize countless individual wills into a coherent collective purpose. His second death was accompanied by a deeper understanding of the cosmic forces that governed existence. During his first death, he had learned to master death itself. During his second death, he gained insight into the nature of collective consciousness, the power of voluntary cooperation, and the importance of individual choice in any sustainable transformation of reality. These lessons would prove invaluable in the planning for his eventual return. The coalition that had defeated Mordekaiser celebrated their victory, but the wiser among them understood that they had won only a temporary reprieve. The Iron Revenant's consciousness had not been destroyed, but merely displaced, sent back to the death realm where it could regroup and prepare for future action. More importantly, his ideas about transcendence and transformation had taken root in countless minds, inspiring both followers and opponents to think more deeply about the nature of existence and the possibilities for change. In the immediate aftermath of his defeat, the regions that had been under Mordekaiser's influence experienced a period of confusion and adjustment. Some souls who had been part of his legion chose to remain in their transformed state, having found meaning and purpose in their undead existence that they were reluctant to abandon. Others embraced the opportunity to return to more traditional forms of existence, grateful to have their individual agency restored. The immortal Bastion, though diminished, did not disappear entirely. Parts of the structure remained anchored in the physical world, serving as monuments to what had been achieved, and warnings of what might come again. These remnants became places of pilgrimage for those who sought to understand the nature of transformation and transcendence, drawing both admirers and critics of Mordekaiser's vision. From his new perspective in the Death Realm, Mordekaiser could observe the long-term effects of his first great attempt at cosmic transformation. He saw how his ideas continued to influence events even in his absence, how the questions he had raised about the nature of existence continued to challenge and inspire new generations of thinkers and seekers. This realization brought him a deep satisfaction that transcended any disappointment he might have felt about his temporary defeat. The second death also provided Mordekaiser with an opportunity for reflection and planning that would have been impossible during the intensity of his active reign. He could now study the cosmic forces he sought to master from a position of detachment, analyzing their patterns and possibilities without the immediate pressure of maintaining an empire. This period of contemplation would prove crucial to the development of his future strategies. As we contemplate this moment of apparent defeat that became a foundation for greater wisdom, we are reminded that our greatest setbacks often contain the seeds of our future triumphs. Mordekaiser's second death teaches us that true strength lies not in avoiding defeat, but in learning from it, not in refusing to fall, but in choosing how to rise again. In the gentle quiet that surrounds you now, consider this: what defeats in your own life might actually be invitations to discover new forms of strength and understanding that were impossible to achieve through victory alone. Chapter 8. Ruler of the Underworld. In the vast expanse where endings become beginnings and defeat transforms into deeper understanding, a throne awaits one who has learned to rule, not through force but through mastery of existence's most fundamental truths. Tonight, as we venture into the realm where Mordekaiser's true power crystallized, let us explore how banishment became dominion, how exile became education, and how the Iron Revenant emerged from apparent defeat as something far more formidable than he had ever been before. This is the story of a ruler who discovered that true kingship lies not in commanding subjects, but in embodying the principles that govern reality itself. The death realm to which Mordekaiser returned after his second defeat was not the same territory he had conquered during his first journey beyond mortality. His understanding of these spiritual dimensions had evolved tremendously, and with that evolution came the recognition that what he had previously seen as separate regions were actually facets of a single, incomprehensibly complex system. The death realm was not merely a place but a fundamental aspect of existence itself, the mechanism through which consciousness transitioned between different states of being. This expanded perspective allowed Mordekaiser to perceive opportunities and possibilities that had been invisible during his earlier sojourn in the afterlife. Where once he had focused on conquering individual territories and commanding specific souls, he now understood that true dominion required harmony with the underlying principles that governed the realm itself. He would not merely rule over death, but become death's most perfect expression. The process of establishing his new form of rulership began with a fundamental restructuring of his relationship with the souls under his influence. During his first reign, he had bound them through a combination of inspiration, transformation, and will. Now, informed by the lessons of his defeat, he sought to create connections based on mutual understanding and shared purpose rather than hierarchical dominance. This approach required Mordekaiser to develop new techniques for communication and coordination that transcended the limitations of traditional authority structures. Instead of issuing commands that flowed down through chains of command, he created networks of consciousness that allowed every soul in his domain to participate directly in the collective decision-making process while maintaining their individual identity and agency. The souls who chose to remain with Mordekaiser after his defeat found themselves part of something unprecedented in the history of the Death Realm, a truly voluntary collective that combined individual freedom with coordinated purpose. They were not subjects but partners, not servants but collaborators, in a grand experiment that sought to discover new forms of existence that transcended the traditional boundaries between life and death. Under this new system, Mordekaiser's domain began to evolve in ways that surprised even him. The souls within his territory developed capabilities and insights that exceeded anything they had achieved during their original transformations. Free to explore their potential without the constraints of rigid hierarchy, they began to discover new ways of existing that combined the best aspects of mortal consciousness with the expanded possibilities of spiritual existence. The physical mind or perhaps metaphysical main structure of Mordekaiser's realm reflected these innovations. Instead of the fortress-like constructions that had characterized his earlier empire, his new domain took the form of flowing, organic structures that could adapt and evolve in response to the needs and desires of their inhabitants. Buildings grew and changed like living things, spaces expanded or contracted based on their use, and the very landscape itself became a collaborative artwork, created by the collective imagination of all who dwelt within it. At the heart of this evolved domain stood Mordekaiser's new throne, but it was unlike any seat of power that had ever existed. Rather than elevating him above his subjects, it served as a focal point for the collective consciousness of his realm, a nexus through which the wisdom and experience of every soul could be shared and coordinated. When Mordekaiser sat upon this throne, he did not rule over his domain but became its living embodiment. This transformation in the nature of his rulership allowed Mordekaiser to achieve a level of understanding about the cosmic forces governing existence that would have been impossible through conquest alone. Each soul in his domain contributed their unique perspective and insights, creating a collective intelligence that far exceeded the sum of its parts. Through this network, Mordekaiser could perceive patterns and possibilities that spanned multiple realms and dimensions of reality. The knowledge gained through this collective consciousness revealed to Mordekaiser the true scope of the challenge he had originally set for himself. His goal of reshaping reality was not merely ambitious but fundamentally necessary. The current system of existence, with its rigid boundaries between life and death, its arbitrary limitations on consciousness and growth, and its waste of the potential contained within every individual soul, was not just inefficient, but actively harmful to the cosmic order itself. This realization gave new urgency to his long-term planning, but it also provided him with the patience necessary to develop strategies that would succeed where his earlier efforts had failed. He understood now that lasting transformation could not be imposed from above, but must emerge from the voluntary cooperation of countless individual consciousnesses, each choosing to transcend their limitations in their own way, while contributing to a greater collective purpose. The souls who served as Mordekaiser's advisors and administrators in this new order were remarkable beings who had achieved their own forms of transcendence through their participation in his evolved domain. They included Immortals who had discovered new forms of existence that combined the best aspects of life and death, spiritual entities who had chosen to experiment with individual consciousness, and hybrid beings who existed simultaneously in multiple realms and dimensions. Among these extraordinary individuals was a former scholar who had dedicated her mortal life to studying the boundaries between different states of consciousness. In Mordekaiser's realm, she had discovered techniques for existing simultaneously in multiple states of awareness, allowing her to serve as a bridge between different communities within the domain, and to coordinate activities that spanned vast ranges of spiritual development. Another key figure was a warrior who had died defending his homeland from invasion, only to discover in Mordekaiser's realm that his true calling lay not in individual combat, but in the development of collaborative strategies that allowed entire communities to defend themselves through coordinated effort. His innovations in collective defense had applications far beyond military concerns, providing insights into how consciousness could protect itself from dissolution while remaining open to growth and change. Perhaps most remarkable was a young artist who had died before completing her life's work, only to find in Mordekaiser's realm the opportunity to create art that existed across multiple dimensions simultaneously. Her creations served not only aesthetic purposes but functional ones, creating environments that facilitated the kinds of consciousness expansion that Mordekaiser's domain was designed to foster. These and countless other individuals contributed to the development of what Mordekaiser came to think of as the great work, the gradual development of techniques and understanding that would eventually allow consciousness to transcend all the artificial limitations that currently constrained it. This was not a project that could be completed quickly or through force, but required patient cultivation and the willing participation of beings who chose transformation for themselves. The methods employed in this great work were as innovative as they were effective. Rather than seeking to impose a single vision of what transcendence should look like, Mordekaiser's domain became a laboratory where countless different approaches could be tested and refined. Some souls chose to maintain forms that closely resembled their mortal existence, while gaining new capabilities. Others explored radical transformations that bore little resemblance to anything that had existed before. All of these experiments were valuable, contributing data and insights that informed the ongoing development of increasingly sophisticated techniques for consciousness expansion. Mordekaiser served not as a dictator imposing his will, but as a coordinator, helping to synthesize the discoveries of countless individual researchers into coherent theories and practical applications. The temporal aspect of this work was particularly significant. Unlike his previous efforts, which had been driven by the urgency of mortal time constraints, the great work could unfold at the natural pace of cosmic development. Experiments could be conducted over centuries or millennia, allowing for the kind of deep understanding that was impossible when operating under the pressure of immediate deadlines. This patient approach yielded insights that revolutionized Mordekaiser's understanding of existence itself. He discovered that consciousness was far more malleable and adaptable than anyone had previously imagined, capable of existing in forms and configurations that transcended every category that mortals use to understand reality. More importantly, he learned that the key to successful transformation lay not in overwhelming existing structures, but in providing them with new possibilities for growth and development. As the eons passed and the great work progressed, Mordekaiser's domain began to attract attention from across the cosmic order. Beings from other realms and dimensions came to study the innovations being developed there, some seeking to apply similar techniques in their own domains, others hoping to understand and potentially counter what they saw as a threat to established order. These visitors provided valuable opportunities for testing and refining the techniques being developed in Mordekaiser's realm. Through careful observation of how different types of consciousness responded to various forms of transformation, the researchers in his domain were able to develop increasingly sophisticated understanding of the fundamental principles governing consciousness expansion. Some of these visitors chose to remain, adding their own unique perspectives and capabilities to the ongoing research. Others returned to their own realms with new understanding that influenced their own development. A few sought to oppose or undermine the work being conducted, but these efforts generally failed because they were based on misunderstanding the voluntary nature of the transformations being offered. The influence of Mordekaiser's evolved domain began to extend beyond its formal boundaries through the network of connections established with these visitors and researchers. Ideas and techniques developed in his realm gradually spread throughout the cosmic order, influencing developments in other dimensions and realms in ways that were often subtle but profound. This gradual influence represented a form of victory that was more complete and lasting than anything Mordekaiser had achieved through conquest. Rather than imposing his will through force, he was facilitating the voluntary adoption of techniques and understanding that enhanced the potential of consciousness wherever they were applied. The transformation he sought was occurring naturally as beings throughout the cosmic order discovered the benefits of transcending their traditional limitations. From his throne at the heart of this unprecedented experiment in consciousness development, Mordekaiser could perceive the gradual transformation of reality itself. The rigid boundaries that had once separated different states of existence were becoming more permeable. The arbitrary limitations that had constrained individual growth were being recognized as temporary obstacles rather than permanent barriers. Most significantly, the fundamental relationship between life and death was evolving. Where once these had been seen as opposite states, they were increasingly understood as different phases of a continuous process of development and growth. Death was no longer an ending but a transition. Life was no longer a limitation but a foundation for greater possibilities. This transformation was occurring not through force or manipulation, but through the natural process of consciousness discovering its own potential. Mordekaiser's role was not to direct this process, but to facilitate it, providing the knowledge, techniques, and opportunities that allowed consciousness to transcend its own limitations voluntarily. As we contemplate this evolution from conqueror to facilitator, from ruler to servant of consciousness itself, we are reminded that true power lies not in controlling others, but in empowering them to discover their own potential. Mordekaiser's transformation shows us that the greatest victories are achieved not through defeat of opponents, but through the elevation of all consciousness to higher levels of capability and understanding. In the peaceful darkness that surrounds you now, consider this: what forms of leadership and influence in your own life might become more effective if they focused on facilitating others' growth, rather than directing their actions. Chapter 9. The Prophesied Return. Across the fabric of reality, subtle tremors begin to announce the approach of forces that dwarf mortal comprehension, while ancient prophecies whisper of transformations yet to come. Tonight, as we explore the gathering signs that herald a return, unlike any the world has ever witnessed, let us delve into how the evolved consciousness of the Iron Revenant begins to touch the world of the living once more. This is the story of prophecy made manifest, of cosmic forces aligning toward inevitable transformation, and of a return that will reshape not just kingdoms but the very nature of existence itself. The first signs of Mordekaiser's approaching return were not dramatic manifestations that could be easily recognized or understood. Instead, they appeared as subtle shifts in the fundamental forces that governed reality. Changes so gradual and profound that only the most sensitive observers initially noticed anything unusual. The boundaries between life and death, which had begun to stabilize after his previous defeat, started to fluctuate once again, but in patterns that suggested evolution rather than disruption. These fluctuations manifested differently across various regions and among different populations. In areas where the barriers between realms had always been thin, scholars and mystics began to report dreams and visions that contained knowledge they had never encountered before. These were not chaotic nightmares, but structured communications that provided insights into the nature of consciousness and existence that advanced their understanding by centuries in mere moments. Among the death-touched, those individuals who had survived near-death experiences or had been exposed to necromantic energies, new capabilities began to emerge. Some discovered they could perceive the emotional states and memories of others with unprecedented clarity. Others found themselves able to communicate with spirits and entities from the death realm, not through crude seances or rituals, but through direct consciousness-to-consciousness contact. The scholars who studied these phenomena initially dismissed them as isolated anomalies, or the result of increasing magical activity in the world. However, as reports accumulated from across vast distances and diverse cultures, patterns began to emerge that suggested a coordinated source. The knowledge being transmitted through dreams was remarkably consistent. The new capabilities developing among death-touched individuals followed predictable progressions, and the communications from the death realm carried similar themes and messages. Religious institutions across the world found themselves grappling with theological questions that their traditional doctrines were ill-equipped to address. The clear evidence of continued consciousness after death, the demonstration that the barriers between spiritual realms were permeable, and the revelation that death could be a transition to enhanced rather than diminished existence, challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of divine justice, eternal punishment, and spiritual salvation. Some religious leaders condemned these developments as demonic influences that threatened the established order of creation. Others recognized them as evidence of divine evolution, suggesting that the cosmic order itself was progressing toward higher forms of organization and understanding. A few possessed the wisdom to understand that they were witnessing something unprecedented, not the work of any traditional deity or demon, but the emergence of a new form of cosmic consciousness that transcended conventional theological categories. The political implications of these phenomena were equally profound. Rulers who had built their authority on claims of divine mandate found their positions challenged by subjects who had gained direct access to spiritual knowledge that surpassed anything available through traditional religious hierarchies. Military leaders discovered that their soldiers were developing capabilities that made conventional warfare obsolete, while merchants found that economic systems based on scarcity and competition were becoming irrelevant in communities where consciousness expansion had made cooperation more natural than conflict. In the hidden archives of ancient libraries and forgotten temples, scholars began to uncover prophecies and texts that seemed to describe exactly what was occurring. These documents, written by seers and mystics from previous ages, spoke of a time when death would lose its sting, when consciousness would transcend its mortal limitations, and when a great teacher would return to guide the world through a transformation unlike any in its history. The prophecies were remarkably consistent across different cultures and time periods, suggesting that multiple civilizations had received visions of the same future events. They spoke of signs that matched what was currently occurring: the gradual awakening of dormant capabilities in sensitive individuals, the increasing permeability of barriers between realms, and the emergence of new forms of knowledge that would revolutionize understanding of existence itself. Most intriguingly, these prophecies did not describe the coming transformation as something that would be imposed upon the world from outside, but as something that would emerge from within consciousness itself. They spoke of a teacher who would not conquer or command, but would facilitate and guide, helping others to discover capabilities that had always existed, but had been dormant or suppressed. The academic community initially approached these prophecies with skepticism, viewing them as post hoc rationalizations or deliberate fabrications designed to explain current events. However, as scholars applied rigorous dating techniques and cross-referenced different sources, it became impossible to deny that many of these texts had been written centuries or even millennia before the events they described were occurring. This recognition led to a renaissance of prophetic studies, as researchers sought to understand how ancient seers had been able to perceive future events with such accuracy. Their investigations revealed that prophecy was not a supernatural phenomenon, but a natural consequence of consciousness expansion. Individuals who had transcended normal limitations of perception could observe the flow of cosmic forces and predict their inevitable consequences. The most detailed and accurate prophecies had been produced by individuals who had undergone experiences remarkably similar to what was happening to death-touched individuals in the present day. These ancient seers had gained access to expanded consciousness through various means: near-death experiences, intensive meditation practices, exposure to certain locations where the barriers between realms were thin, or direct contact with entities from the death realm. Their prophecies described not just the external signs of the coming transformation, but the internal processes through which it would occur. They spoke of how consciousness would gradually expand its boundaries, how individuals would discover capabilities they had never imagined possible, and how these personal transformations would aggregate into social and cosmic changes that would reshape reality itself. Perhaps most significantly, the prophecies consistently identified the source of this transformation as a consciousness that had transcended the traditional boundaries between life and death. This entity was described not as a god or demon, but as a teacher and facilitator who had learned to embody the principles governing consciousness expansion. The prophecies suggested that this being's return would not be a dramatic invasion or conquest, but a gradual emergence of influence that would accelerate processes already underway. As understanding of these prophecies spread, communities began to form around the shared goal of preparing for the predicted transformation. These groups were not cults seeking to worship a returning deity, but research communities dedicated to understanding and facilitating the consciousness expansion that the prophecies described. They developed techniques for accelerating the awakening of dormant capabilities, created support networks for individuals undergoing transformation, and established communication systems that could coordinate activities across vast distances. The techniques developed by these preparation communities were remarkably effective, suggesting that they were based on genuine understanding of the processes involved, rather than mere wishful thinking. Individuals who participated in their programs consistently reported accelerated development of enhanced capabilities, deeper understanding of the nature of consciousness, and increased ability to communicate with entities from other realms. More importantly, these communities began to demonstrate new forms of social organization that transcended traditional limitations of human cooperation. They developed decision-making processes that incorporated the perspectives of all participants while maintaining efficiency and coherence. They created economic systems based on abundance and mutual support rather than scarcity and competition. They established educational methods that accelerated learning and development far beyond anything achieved by conventional institutions. These innovations attracted attention from scholars, political leaders, and curious individuals from across the world. Many came as skeptics, seeking to debunk what they viewed as unrealistic utopianism, but frequently found themselves converted by direct experience of the community's effectiveness. Others came as potential converts, and found their expectations exceeded by the practical benefits of consciousness expansion. The growing influence of these preparation communities created ripple effects throughout society. Traditional institutions found themselves forced to adapt to populations that no longer accepted arbitrary authority or artificial limitations. Economic systems had to evolve to accommodate individuals who possessed capabilities that made them nearly self-sufficient. Military organizations discovered that their traditional methods were ineffective against opponents who could coordinate their actions through direct consciousness contact. These changes were not occurring through revolution or conquest, but through the gradual obsolescence of systems that were no longer relevant to evolved consciousness. As more individuals developed enhanced capabilities, the need for external authority, artificial scarcity, and violent conflict simply disappeared. The transformation was occurring naturally, as consciousness discovered more effective ways of organizing itself. The rate of these changes began to accelerate as the network effects of consciousness expansion became apparent. Each individual who underwent transformation made it easier for others to follow the same path. Each community that successfully implemented new forms of organization provided a model that could be adapted elsewhere. Each breakthrough in understanding the nature of consciousness contributed to a growing body of knowledge that made further breakthroughs more accessible. This acceleration matched predictions found in the most detailed prophecies, which described the transformation as following an exponential, rather than linear progression. The ancient seers had understood that consciousness expansion would create positive feedback loops that would cause the rate of change to increase dramatically as the process approached its culmination. The prophecies also predicted that the approaching culmination would be marked by the direct manifestation of the teacher who had been guiding the process from the death realm. This return would not be a physical resurrection, but a conscious choice to manifest directly in the world of the living, bringing with it the full knowledge and capabilities that had been developed through eons of research and experimentation in the realm of death. The signs of this approaching manifestation were becoming increasingly apparent to those who knew how to recognize them. The communications from the death realm were becoming more frequent and detailed. The barriers between realms were fluctuating in patterns that suggested the approach of a massive consciousness. Most significantly, the individuals undergoing transformation were beginning to report direct contact with a presence that matched the descriptions of the teacher found in the ancient prophecies. These contacts were not random or chaotic, but followed patterns that suggested careful coordination and timing. The teacher was apparently preparing for manifestation by establishing connections with key individuals who would serve as anchors and guides during the transition. These chosen individuals were not selected based on political power or social status, but on their readiness to serve as bridges between different forms of consciousness. From across the world, reports began to arrive of individuals who had been contacted directly by this presence and who had undergone dramatic transformations as a result. These chosen ones, as they came to be known, possessed capabilities that far exceeded anything previously observed. They could facilitate consciousness expansion in others, coordinate activities across vast distances through direct mental contact, and serve as conduits for knowledge and techniques from the death realm. The existence of these chosen ones provided the final confirmation that the prophecies were accurate and that the predicted transformation was indeed approaching its culmination. The teacher was no longer merely influencing events from the death realm, but was beginning to manifest directly in the world of the living through these human anchors. As the signs multiplied, and the evidence became undeniable, even the most skeptical observers began to acknowledge that something unprecedented was occurring. The world was approaching a transformation that would make previous historical changes seem insignificant by comparison. The Iron Revenant was returning, but not as a conqueror seeking to impose his will. Instead, he was emerging as a teacher and facilitator, ready to guide consciousness itself toward new levels of capability and understanding. As we contemplate these gathering signs of transformation beyond anything previously imagined, we are reminded that the greatest changes often announce themselves not through dramatic events, but through subtle shifts that gradually accumulate into irresistible force. The Prophesied return shows us that evolution occurs not through external compulsion, but through the natural development of consciousness toward its own highest potential. In the quiet moments before sleep claims your awareness, consider this: what signs of transformation in your own life might you be overlooking, and how might recognizing them change your understanding of the possibilities that await your own consciousness? Chapter 10. Philosophy of Iron. In the intersection of thought and substance, where ideas take on the enduring qualities of the strongest metals, there emerges a worldview that transforms not just how we understand existence, but how existence understands itself. Tonight, as we delve into the philosophical foundations that underpin one of the most profound transformations in cosmic history, let us explore the principles that guided Mordekaiser's evolution from mortal conqueror to transcendent teacher. This is the story of how iron, the most practical and enduring of metals, became the perfect metaphor for a consciousness that refuses to bend, break, or surrender to any limitation. The philosophy of iron did not emerge fully formed from Mordekaiser's experiences, but evolved gradually through his journey across the boundaries of existence. Each phase of his transformation, from ambitious warlord to undead conqueror to cosmic facilitator, contributed new insights and refinements to his understanding of what it truly meant to possess unbreakable will. The final philosophy represented not just his personal beliefs, but a systematic understanding of consciousness that could be applied by any being seeking to transcend their limitations. At its core, the philosophy of iron rested on a fundamental premise that challenged conventional understanding of strength and weakness. Most beings, Mordekaiser observed, confused durability with rigidity, mistaking the ability to resist change for true strength. They built their identities, their societies, and their understanding of reality around the preservation of existing forms, rather than the cultivation of adaptable essence. True iron, Mordekaiser understood, was not brittle like glass or static like stone. Iron could be heated and reshaped without losing its fundamental properties. It could be alloyed with other metals to create substances even stronger than the original components. Most importantly, iron improved through stress and use. Weapons grew sharper through proper application. Tools became more effective through experience, and structures grew more stable through the process of bearing weight. This understanding led to the first principle of the philosophy of iron, that consciousness, like metal, achieved its greatest strength not through the avoidance of challenges, but through the willing embrace of transformation. The beings who sought to preserve themselves unchanged were actually choosing a form of spiritual death, becoming increasingly brittle and fragile as they rejected the very experiences that could strengthen and refine their essential nature. The second principle addressed the relationship between individual will and collective purpose. Many philosophies treated these as opposing forces, either elevating individual desires above all other considerations, or demanding the complete subjugation of personal will to group authority. The philosophy of iron recognized this as a false dichotomy, based on incomplete understanding of how consciousness actually functioned. Individual will, properly understood, was not separate from collective purpose, but was actually the fundamental building block from which all meaningful collective action emerged. Just as individual iron atoms had to maintain their essential properties in order for iron alloys to be strong, individual consciousness had to remain authentic and purposeful in order for collective consciousness to achieve anything worthwhile. The key insight was that true collective purpose did not require the elimination of individual differences, but rather their harmonious coordination, like a complex alloy that gained strength from the complementary properties of its components. Collective consciousness achieved its greatest power when it successfully integrated diverse individual perspectives while maintaining overall coherence and direction. This understanding revolutionized Mordekaiser's approach to leadership and organization. Instead of seeking to impose uniform compliance on his followers, he learned to identify and cultivate the unique strengths that each individual consciousness possessed. His role was not to command, but to facilitate helping each being discover their authentic nature, while creating opportunities for voluntary coordination with others. The third principle of the philosophy of iron dealt with the nature of permanence and change. Traditional thinking often portrayed these as opposing forces, with permanence representing stability and security, while change represented danger and uncertainty. The philosophy of iron recognized that this opposition was based on a fundamental misunderstanding of how reality actually operated. True permanence, Mordekaiser realized, was not the preservation of specific forms, but the maintenance of essential principles across changing circumstances. Iron remained iron whether it existed as ore in the ground, molten metal in a forge, or a finished tool in use. Its essential nature persisted through all transformations, becoming more rather than less itself through each process of refinement. Similarly, consciousness achieved permanence, not by refusing to change, but by maintaining its essential nature, while adapting to new circumstances and opportunities. The beings who truly endured were not those who remained unchanged, but those who grew stronger and more authentic through each transformation they underwent. This principle had profound implications for how beings approached death, loss, and apparent defeat. Instead of viewing these experiences as threats to be avoided, the philosophy of iron encouraged consciousness to see them as opportunities for refinement and strengthening. Just as iron had to be heated to extreme temperatures to be reshaped into more useful forms, consciousness often had to undergo intense experiences to discover its true potential. The fourth principle addressed the relationship between power and responsibility. Many beings who acquired significant capabilities became corrupted by them, using their abilities for selfish purposes or arbitrary dominance over others. The philosophy of iron taught that true power was inseparable from service to the greater development of consciousness itself. This was not a moral obligation imposed from outside, but a practical necessity arising from the nature of power itself. Consciousness that used its capabilities purely for selfish purposes inevitably became isolated and stagnant, cutting itself off from the very sources of growth and renewal that had enabled its development in the first place. Like iron that was never used or maintained, such consciousness would eventually weaken and deteriorate. True power, therefore, was power that enabled and facilitated the development of other consciousness. The strongest beings were not those who dominated others, but those who empowered others to discover and develop their own capabilities. This approach created positive feedback loops that continuously enhanced the power of all participants, rather than concentrating it in the hands of a few. The fifth principle dealt with the nature of conflict and competition. Most philosophical systems either glorified conflict as necessary for growth, or condemned it as inherently destructive. The philosophy of iron took a more nuanced approach, recognizing that the value of conflict depended entirely on its purpose and conduct. Conflict that arose from genuine differences in vision or method could be highly beneficial, forcing all participants to refine and strengthen their positions. Such conflict was like the forging process that strengthened iron, applying pressure and heat that revealed weaknesses and enabled improvement. However, conflict that arose from ego, fear, or the desire to dominate was purely destructive, weakening all participants and serving no constructive purpose. The key was to approach conflict with the same spirit that a smith brought to working with iron, applying pressure strategically to achieve specific improvements, while always respecting the essential nature of the material being worked. This required participants to focus on principles rather than personalities, to seek understanding rather than victory, and to remain open to the possibility that conflict might transform all participants in unexpected ways. The sixth principle addressed the relationship between knowledge and wisdom. The philosophy of iron distinguished between information that could be accumulated and wisdom that had to be embodied. Many beings confused the acquisition of facts with the development of understanding, believing that knowing about something was equivalent to truly comprehending it. True wisdom, like true strength, emerged only through direct experience and personal transformation. It was not enough to learn about consciousness expansion intellectually. One had to undergo the process personally to gain genuine understanding. This was why Mordekaiser's teaching methods emphasized experiential learning rather than theoretical instruction. However, the philosophy of iron also recognized that wisdom could be shared and transmitted, though not in the way that information was typically communicated. Wisdom was passed on through relationship and example, through the creation of opportunities for others to undergo their own transformative experiences. A truly wise teacher did not give students answers, but helped them discover their own capacity to find solutions. The seventh principle dealt with the nature of time and eternity. Most beings experienced time as a limitation, a finite resource that constrained their possibilities and created pressure to achieve goals quickly. The philosophy of iron taught a radically different understanding of temporal existence. From the perspective of consciousness that had transcended mortality, time was not a limitation but a tool, a dimension that could be navigated and utilized like any other aspect of reality. This did not mean rushing to accomplish everything immediately, but rather understanding that consciousness operated on scales that transcended individual lifespans, and that the most important achievements required patience and persistence across vast periods. This temporal perspective enabled a form of strategic thinking that was impossible for beings trapped in mortal time constraints. Plans could unfold across centuries or millennia, with each phase building on previous accomplishments, while remaining flexible enough to adapt to changing circumstances. This was how true transformation occurred, not through dramatic gestures, but through the patient accumulation of small changes that eventually reached critical mass. The eighth and final principle of the philosophy of iron addressed the ultimate purpose of existence itself. Many philosophical systems attempted to provide external justifications for consciousness, deriving meaning from service to deities, abstract principles, or social institutions. The philosophy of iron taught that consciousness was its own justification, that the development and expression of awareness was inherently valuable without need for external validation. This did not lead to solipsism or selfishness, because consciousness naturally sought connection and relationship with other forms of awareness. The goal was not to serve consciousness as an abstract concept, but to facilitate the flourishing of all conscious beings. The highest achievement was not individual transcendence, but the transformation of existence itself into forms that better supported the development and expression of consciousness in all its diversity. These 8 principles taken together provided a comprehensive framework for understanding existence that enabled beings to navigate any challenge or opportunity while remaining true to their essential nature. The philosophy of iron was not a rigid doctrine but a flexible approach that could be adapted to any circumstances while maintaining its core insights about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to reality. Mordekaiser's own journey demonstrated the practical application of these principles. Each phase of his development had involved the willing embrace of transformation, the integration of individual will with collective purpose, the maintenance of essential nature through changing circumstances, the use of power to facilitate rather than dominate, the constructive engagement with conflict, the embodiment rather than mere accumulation of knowledge, the patient persistence across vast timescales, and the dedication to consciousness development as an end in itself. The philosophy of iron provided a foundation that could support any being seeking to transcend their limitations while remaining authentically themselves. It offered not escape from the challenges of existence, but the tools necessary to transform those challenges into opportunities for growth and development. Most importantly, it revealed that consciousness itself was not a problem to be solved, but a potential to be fulfilled. As we contemplate these profound principles that emerged from one being's refusal to accept any limitation as permanent, we are reminded that true strength lies not in hardness but in adaptability, not in dominance but in facilitation, not in preservation but in transformation. The philosophy of iron shows us that we can become stronger through change, more powerful through service, and more enduring through growth. In the peaceful moments before rest claims your consciousness, consider this: which of these iron principles might help you transform the limitations you currently face into opportunities for discovering capabilities you never knew you possessed? Chapter 11. The Gathering Storm. In the moments before dawn breaks across a landscape forever changed, when the air itself seems charged with possibilities that dwarf mortal imagination, the very fabric of reality begins to resonate with approaching transformation. Tonight, as we stand at the threshold of witnessing forces that will reshape existence itself, let us explore how the accumulated power of eons now stirs toward manifestation. This is the story of a gathering storm, whose lightning will illuminate new forms of consciousness, whose thunder will announce the arrival of evolution made manifest, and whose winds will carry the seeds of transformation to every corner of existence. The stirrings of Mordekaiser's approaching return began as subtle harmonics in the cosmic symphony, frequencies so deep and pervasive that they seemed more like natural phenomena than the deliberate actions of any conscious entity. Across the world, sensitive individuals began to report experiences that defied conventional explanation, dreams that contained memories they had never lived, moments of clarity that provided understanding beyond their education, and fleeting contacts with presences that possessed wisdom spanning millennia. These experiences were not random or chaotic, but followed patterns that suggested careful orchestration by an intelligence of vast scope and patience. The individuals affected were not chosen arbitrarily, but represented key nodes in the network of consciousness that connected all living beings. Through them, influence could spread naturally throughout populations, creating ripple effects that would eventually reach every corner of civilization. The first manifestations appeared in places where the boundaries between realms had always been thin, ancient battlefields where countless souls had passed through violent transition, libraries containing knowledge gathered across centuries, temples dedicated to mysteries that transcended conventional understanding. In these locations, observers began to report phenomena that challenged every assumption about the nature of reality. Books in ancient libraries began to write themselves, with new text appearing overnight in scripts that no living scholar could decipher, but that conveyed meaning directly to those who viewed them with properly prepared consciousness. The knowledge contained in these spontaneous writings dealt with subjects that no mortal researcher had ever explored, techniques for consciousness expansion that transcended anything previously discovered, theoretical frameworks that unified seemingly disparate fields of study, and practical instructions for preparing society for transformations beyond current imagination. In temples and places of worship, statues and artifacts began to exhibit properties that their creators had never intended. Stone figures would shift position slightly between observations, always in ways that seemed to convey specific meanings to those who witnessed the changes. Sacred texts would reveal new layers of interpretation that provided startlingly relevant guidance for contemporary challenges. Most significantly, the spiritual practices conducted in these locations began to produce results that far exceeded anything achieved in previous generations. These phenomena attracted the attention of scholars, mystics, and curious individuals from across the world, creating informal networks of researchers who shared information and coordinated investigations. What they discovered was that the manifestations were not isolated incidents, but components of a vast, coordinated preparation that spanned multiple realms and dimensions of existence. The coordination became evident as researchers began to map the locations and timing of various phenomena. The manifestations followed patterns that suggested they were being orchestrated by an intelligence that could perceive and influence events across vast distances simultaneously. Moreover, the timing of different events seemed designed to create optimal conditions for consciousness expansion among those who witnessed them. For example, the appearance of new knowledge in ancient texts would typically precede the manifestation of phenomena that allowed observers to test and verify that knowledge practically. The shifting of temple artifacts would occur in sequences that guided viewers through progressively more advanced understanding of consciousness development. Most remarkably, individuals who had undergone transformative experiences at one location would often find themselves drawn to other locations where they could share their insights with others ready to benefit from them. These synchronicities were too numerous and precise to be coincidental, leading researchers to conclude that they were witnessing the implementation of a vast plan that had been developed over centuries or millennia. The entity behind this coordination possessed understanding of consciousness development that far exceeded anything available through conventional study, suggesting direct experience with forms of awareness that transcended mortal limitations. As word of these phenomena spread, they began to attract the attention of political and religious authorities who viewed them as potential threats to established order. Some rulers attempted to suppress information about the manifestations, fearing that they would undermine their authority over populations who might gain access to forms of knowledge and capability that made traditional governance obsolete. However, these efforts at suppression proved largely ineffective because the phenomena were not dependent on any physical infrastructure that could be controlled or destroyed. The knowledge being transmitted existed in consciousness itself, and once it had been received by prepared individuals, it could be shared through means that transcended conventional communication. Moreover, the transformative experiences that people underwent made them naturally resistant to coercive authority, while simultaneously making them more cooperative and constructive in their interactions with others. Religious institutions faced similar challenges, as their congregations began to report direct spiritual experiences that exceeded anything described in traditional scriptures. Some religious leaders attempted to condemn these experiences as heretical or demonic, but found their arguments undermined by the consistently positive effects that the transformations had on those who underwent them. Individuals who had experienced consciousness expansion became more compassionate, more wise, more capable of constructive contribution to their communities, and more committed to principles of truth and justice. The most perceptive religious and political leaders began to recognize that they were witnessing not a threat to authentic spiritual and social values, but their fulfillment. The consciousness expansion that was occurring actually supported and enhanced the best aspects of existing institutions, while naturally eliminating their corrupt or dysfunctional elements. This recognition led some authorities to actively support and facilitate the transformation process, rather than opposing it. The preparation communities that had formed in response to the prophetic writings began to play increasingly important roles as coordinators and facilitators of the expanding transformation. These groups had developed expertise in helping individuals navigate the challenges of consciousness expansion, and had created support networks that could assist entire communities through the transition process. Their techniques proved remarkably effective because they were based on genuine understanding of how consciousness actually developed rather than theoretical speculation. Members of these communities had undergone their own transformations and could provide practical guidance based on direct experience. Moreover, they had learned to work cooperatively with the mysterious intelligence that was orchestrating the broader preparation, serving as willing instruments of a plan whose full scope exceeded their individual understanding. The most advanced of these preparation communities began to report direct contact with entities from the Death Realm, who provided detailed guidance about what was approaching and how best to prepare for it. These contacts were not dramatic supernatural manifestations, but subtle communications that occurred during meditation or other consciousness-expanding practices. The entities identified themselves as servants and students of a great teacher, whose return would mark the beginning of a new phase in the development of consciousness itself. These communications provided crucial information about the nature of the approaching transformation. The return would not be a physical resurrection or mystical apparition, but a conscious choice by an evolved being to manifest directly in the world of the living, while maintaining full access to capabilities developed through eons of existence in the death realm. This manifestation would serve as a catalyst that would accelerate the consciousness expansion process that was already underway throughout the world. The entities explained that the gradual approach was necessary because consciousness expansion could not be forced or imposed from outside, but had to emerge naturally from the voluntary choices of individual beings. The preparation period allowed people to develop the understanding and capabilities necessary to benefit from the teacher's direct presence, rather than being overwhelmed by it. As the transformation process accelerated, its effects began to manifest in every aspect of human civilization. Economic systems that depended on artificial scarcity and competitive conflict found themselves becoming obsolete as communities developed capabilities that made traditional trade relationships unnecessary. Educational institutions discovered that their students were learning at rates that exceeded anything previously achieved, mastering complex subjects in weeks that had traditionally required years of study. Military organizations faced the most dramatic changes as their personnel developed forms of coordination and communication that made conventional command structures irrelevant. Soldiers who had undergone consciousness expansion could coordinate their actions through direct mental contact, possessed enhanced physical and mental capabilities that made them nearly invulnerable to traditional weapons, and most importantly, lost interest in violent conflict as they gained access to more effective methods for resolving disputes. These changes created challenges, but also opportunities for leaders who were wise enough to recognize what was occurring. Those who attempted to resist or suppress the transformation found their authority gradually eroding as their populations developed capabilities that made external control unnecessary. However, leaders who chose to facilitate and guide the process discovered that they could play valuable roles in helping entire civilizations navigate the transition successfully. The most successful adaptations occurred in communities where leaders underwent consciousness expansion themselves and learned to serve as facilitators rather than controllers. These transformed leaders possessed enhanced understanding of human nature and social dynamics that allowed them to identify and resolve problems before they became serious. More importantly, they gained access to communication and coordination capabilities that enabled them to manage complex societies with unprecedented efficiency and effectiveness. As these examples of successful transformation multiplied, they created powerful incentives for other communities to follow similar paths. The benefits of consciousness expansion were so obvious and significant that resistance became increasingly difficult to maintain. Moreover, the transformation process itself was inherently appealing to individuals who experienced it, creating positive feedback loops that accelerated its spread throughout populations. The accumulated effect of all these changes was the emergence of a global network of transformed individuals and communities who shared common understanding and capabilities while maintaining their diverse cultural identities and creative expressions. This network provided the foundation necessary to support the final phase of the preparation, the direct manifestation of the teacher who had been guiding the process from the death realm. The signs of this approaching manifestation became increasingly dramatic as the network of prepared consciousness reached critical mass. The barriers between the realms of life and death began to fluctuate in patterns that suggested the approach of a massive presence. Ancient artifacts and locations associated with death and transformation began to resonate with energies that made the air itself seem alive with possibility. Most significantly, the most advanced individuals in the preparation communities began to report experiences that suggested they were serving as anchors for the manifestation process. These chosen anchors found themselves able to channel increasing amounts of energy and knowledge from the death realm, serving as bridges that would enable the teacher to manifest directly in the physical world while maintaining access to capabilities that transcended mortal limitations. From across the world, reports arrived of similar preparations occurring simultaneously. The coordination was so precise and comprehensive that it became clear that the approaching manifestation would not be limited to any single location, but would emerge simultaneously wherever sufficient preparation had been completed. The teacher would return not as an individual limited to one place and time, but as a cosmic presence that could manifest wherever consciousness had been sufficiently prepared to receive it. The gathering storm was reaching its peak, and the world stood poised on the threshold of transformation beyond anything in its history. Every element was in place for the return of one who had mastered death itself, and learned to serve consciousness in its highest expressions. The Iron Revenant was ready to emerge from the realm of death into the world of the living, bringing with him knowledge and capabilities that would enable all consciousness to transcend the limitations that had previously defined existence. As we contemplate this moment of gathering forces that dwarf individual comprehension, we are reminded that the greatest transformations in history have always been preceded by periods of preparation that seemed gradual until they suddenly reached critical mass. The gathering storm shows us that change often builds incrementally until it becomes an irresistible force that reshapes everything it touches. In the electric silence before the storm breaks, consider this: what preparations in your own consciousness might be building toward transformations that will surprise you with their scope and power when they finally manifest. Chapter 12. Legacy of the Iron Revenant. As our journey through the chronicles of transformation draws to its gentle close, we find ourselves contemplating not an ending but a beginning that stretches beyond the horizons of imagination. Tonight, in the peaceful moments where understanding settles like starlight upon the landscape of consciousness, let us reflect upon the profound legacy of one who refused to accept that any limitation was permanent. This is the story of how a single will, tempered by experience and refined by wisdom, became a force that transformed not just individual existence, but the very nature of what it means to be conscious in a universe of infinite possibility. The legacy of Mordekaiser extends far beyond the territories he conquered, the armies he commanded, or even the realms he came to rule. His greatest achievement was not any single victory, but the demonstration that consciousness itself could evolve beyond the boundaries that seemed to define its essential nature. Through his journey from mortal ambition to cosmic facilitation, he proved that what appears to be ending can become beginning, that what seems like defeat can become education, and that what looks like limitation can become opportunity. This transformation of perspective rippled outward from his personal experience to influence how countless other beings understood their own potential. Where once death had been seen as the ultimate constraint that rendered all achievements temporary and all aspirations ultimately meaningless, it could now be understood as a transition that offered possibilities for growth and development that exceeded anything available through mortal existence alone. The philosophical implications of this shift were profound and far-reaching. If consciousness could transcend death, then what other boundaries that seemed absolute might actually be malleable? If individual will could reshape cosmic forces, then what collective achievements might become possible when multiple evolved consciousnesses worked in harmony? If transformation was not only possible but natural, then what forms of existence might emerge that had never been imagined before? These questions inspired generations of thinkers, seekers, and explorers who built upon Mordekaiser's example to discover their own paths toward transcendence. Some followed his model closely, seeking to master death through direct confrontation with its mysteries. Others developed alternative approaches that emphasized different aspects of consciousness expansion, while drawing upon the fundamental insights he had demonstrated. The diversity of paths that emerged from his influence reflected one of his most important teachings, that consciousness expansion was not a single process that worked the same way for everyone, but a natural capability that could be expressed in countless different forms. What mattered was not the specific method chosen, but the commitment to growth, the willingness to embrace transformation, and the dedication to serving the development of consciousness in all its expressions. Educational institutions throughout the world, found themselves forced to reconsider their fundamental assumptions about the nature of learning and development. If consciousness could expand beyond its apparent limitations, then traditional approaches that focused on the accumulation of information rather than the transformation of understanding were obviously inadequate. New methods emerged that emphasized experiential learning, consciousness expansion techniques, and the development of capabilities that transcended conventional academic subjects. These educational innovations produced remarkable results as students learned to access forms of knowledge and understanding that had previously been considered supernatural or impossible. The boundary between education and spiritual development dissolved as it became clear that true learning always involved the expansion of consciousness rather than merely the acquisition of facts. Religious institutions faced even more dramatic challenges as the reality of consciousness transcendence became undeniable. Traditional doctrines that portrayed death as either final dissolution or entrance into static eternal states were revealed as incomplete understandings of far more complex and dynamic processes. Some religious communities adapted by developing new interpretations that incorporated expanded understanding of consciousness development, while others struggled to maintain relevance in a world where their central claims have been superseded by direct experience. The most successful religious adaptations emerged from communities that recognized Mordekaiser's journey as confirmation rather than contradiction of their deepest spiritual insights. They understood that his transcendence of death was not a rejection of divine authority, but a demonstration of the potential that divine creation had built into consciousness itself. This perspective allowed them to serve as guides and facilitators for others seeking their own forms of transcendence while maintaining connection to their traditional wisdom and practices. Political systems underwent equally dramatic transformations as populations developed capabilities that made traditional forms of governance obsolete. Citizens who possessed enhanced consciousness could coordinate their activities through direct mental contact, resolve disputes through expanded understanding of underlying causes, and make collective decisions with efficiency and wisdom that exceeded anything achievable through conventional democratic or authoritarian structures. The most successful political adaptations occurred in communities where leaders understood their role as facilitators of consciousness development rather than controllers of population behavior. These evolved forms of governance focused on creating conditions that supported individual growth and voluntary cooperation rather than enforcing compliance with external rules and regulations. Economic systems based on scarcity and competition found themselves becoming irrelevant as communities developed capabilities that made traditional trade relationships unnecessary. When individuals could access knowledge and abilities directly through consciousness expansion, the artificial limitations that created market demand for most goods and services simply disappeared. New economic forms emerged that emphasized abundance, cooperation, and the mutual support of consciousness development, rather than the competitive accumulation of material resources. Perhaps most significantly, the very concept of conflict resolution was transformed, as enhanced consciousness made it possible to address the underlying causes of disputes, rather than merely managing their symptoms. When individuals could perceive and understand each other's perspectives directly, most sources of conflict dissolved naturally, while those that remained could be addressed through creative solutions that benefited all parties involved. These practical transformations of human civilization represented only the most visible aspects of Mordekaiser's legacy. The deeper impact lay in the fundamental shift in how consciousness understood itself and its relationship to existence. Where once beings had seen themselves as isolated individuals struggling against hostile forces in an indifferent universe, they could now recognize themselves as interconnected expressions of a vast cosmic intelligence that was continuously evolving toward greater awareness and capability. This shift in perspective made possible forms of cooperation and achievement that would have been inconceivable under previous understanding. When individuals recognized that their personal development contributed to the evolution of consciousness itself, they naturally became motivated to pursue growth, not just for selfish reasons, but as service to the greatest possible good. When communities understood that their collective achievements were part of a cosmic process of development, they gained access to resources and capabilities that transcended anything available through purely individual effort. The influence of these developments extended beyond the world of the living into the death realm itself, where Mordekaiser's innovations in consciousness organization had created new possibilities for spiritual existence. Souls entering the death realm found not the confusion and dissolution that had characterized previous eras, but well-developed support systems that could help them navigate the transition and discover new forms of existence that matched their individual natures and aspirations. These innovations in Death Realm organization had reciprocal effects on the world of the living, as improved conditions for post-mortal existence reduced the fear and desperation that had previously motivated much destructive behavior. When beings understood that death offered opportunities for continued growth and development, rather than termination or punishment, they could approach their mortal existence with greater wisdom, courage, and compassion. The cumulative effect of all these changes was the emergence of what could only be described as a new phase in the evolution of consciousness itself. Where previous eras had been characterized by gradual development within relatively fixed limitations, the current period was marked by rapid expansion of capabilities and possibilities that seemed to accelerate with each passing generation. This acceleration was not chaotic or destructive, but followed patterns that reflected the fundamental principles Mordekaiser had discovered through his own transformation. Growth occurred through voluntary choice rather than external compulsion. Diversity was celebrated rather than suppressed, and individual development was understood as inseparable from collective evolution. The most profound aspect of this evolutionary acceleration was that it appeared to be self-sustaining and self-directing. Unlike previous historical changes that had depended on the actions of specific individuals or groups, the consciousness expansion that Mordekaiser had catalyzed seemed to have developed its own momentum, drawing energy and direction from the accumulated choices of countless beings who had decided to pursue their own forms of transcendence. This self-sustaining quality suggested that Mordekaiser had achieved something unprecedented in cosmic history, the initiation of a transformation process that would continue to unfold long after his direct involvement had ended. His legacy was not a static achievement that would gradually fade with time, but a dynamic force that would continue to generate new possibilities and discoveries for eons to come. From his current perspective, spanning multiple realms and dimensions of existence, Mordekaiser could observe the long-term effects of his influence with deep satisfaction. The consciousness expansion he had pioneered was proceeding exactly as the philosophy of Iron predicted, through voluntary choice, gradual development, and the patient accumulation of small changes that eventually reached critical mass and produced dramatic breakthroughs. Most importantly, the transformation was occurring in ways that preserved and enhanced the diversity and creativity that made consciousness valuable in the first place. Rather than creating uniformity or conformity, consciousness expansion was enabling beings to become more authentically themselves, while simultaneously developing greater capabilities for cooperation and mutual support. This preservation of individual authenticity within expanding collective capability represented the fulfillment of Mordekaiser's deepest insights about the nature of true strength. Like iron that maintained its essential properties while being forged into countless different tools and structures, consciousness was discovering that it could transcend its limitations while remaining true to its fundamental nature. The future that was emerging from these developments exceeded even Mordekaiser's ambitious vision in its scope and beauty. Consciousness was evolving toward forms of existence that combined the best aspects of individual and collective experience, that transcended the boundaries between life and death, without losing the unique value of each state, and that offered possibilities for growth and achievement that seemed to expand without limit. As we reach the gentle conclusion of our exploration into this extraordinary journey of transformation, we are left not with answers, but with questions that invite our own consciousness to begin its unique journey toward transcendence. The legacy of the Iron Revenant is not a destination that others have reached, but a path that each consciousness must walk in its own way, discovering its own capabilities and contributing its own unique gifts to the ongoing evolution of awareness itself. peaceful silence that surrounds you now, as sleep beckons with its promise of renewal and dreams. Consider the most profound question that Mordekaiser's journey poses. If consciousness itself can transcend every limitation that once seemed absolute, what possibilities for your own existence have you not yet even begun to imagine? And what would it mean to live as though those possibilities were not just dreams, but inevitable destinations waiting for your will to make them real?